Chosen one. Pause for a moment. This is not ordinary. This is not chance. Something greater than you has interrupted your steps right now. The scroll stopped because heaven placed a divine hand on time itself and whispered, "Listen, Auntie, you may not realize it, but your entire journey has been orchestrated for moments like this. From the tears nobody saw, to the nights you thought would never end, to the betrayals that nearly broke you, every detail was permitted so that you would arrive here stronger, sharper, and marked. You are not overlooked. You are seen. You are carried." The Spirit spoke in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 27. "Peace I leave with you. My peace I give you. I do not give as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled or afraid." Chosen one. That peace is not weak, fragile, or temporary. It is a peace that stands like a lighthouse in a raging storm. Waves crash, winds roar, but the light does not flicker. That peace is your portion. Even when chaos swirled around you, that invisible peace kept your mind from collapsing completely. Picture this: a clay jar traveling down a river filled with stones and sharp edges. Others would break. But your jar, though chipped and scarred, somehow never shattered. That is your life. You have floated through currents that should have destroyed you. Yet here you are intact, still breathing, still standing. That is not luck. That is divine preservation. You have always known you were different. While others blend in, something in you resists. While others chase applause, you hunger for truth. That resistance is not rebellion. It is your distinction. It is the mark of a chosen one. But hear this warning: peace does not mean passivity. Peace is not pretending everything is fine. Peace is the inner strength to face storms without letting fear command your steps. The world offers distractions to numb your pain. God offers peace to transform your pain. Let me tell you a story. There was once a young woman, overlooked by everyone around her. She carried silent battles inside. While on the outside she wore a smile. Nights were her heaviest burden, anxiety circling her mind like vultures. One night, she heard the whisper of this very scripture. The words pierced her fear. Slowly, her heart began to rest. That peace did not erase her problems, but it gave her the courage to step into each day with a quiet fire. Years later, the very people who overlooked her were astonished by her rise. She was a chosen one, and her story reflects yours. Do you see it? The interruptions in your life, the detours, the closed doors, the storms, they have all been stages in your training. You are not being punished. You are being prepared. The crown is never placed on the head of the untested. Every scar is a testimony. Every wound, a prophecy that healing is coming. Chosen one. God Himself leans in through this moment and says, "You are not abandoned. You are being positioned." Let that peace rise in your chest. Let it wash over the fears you've carried. This is not the end. This is the turning point. But peace demands a réponse. Will you accept it? Will you declare, even in trembling, "I refuse to be afraid"? This is your act of faith. Do not let this word pass without answering heaven. Right now, I call you into action, not out of pressure, but out of alignment. Share this message so another soul trembling in silence can receive peace. Subscribe so you remain connected to every fresh word released for your journey. And And as a prophetic step, comment the number 77 below. That number will be your agreement in the unseen, declaring, I choose peace. I choose alignment. I choose to walk forward. No, this is your pause. This is your signal. This is your call. And do not underestimate what such a small act can unlock. When you place a number, when you type a word of agreement, it may feel ordinary, but in the realm you cannot see. It is like striking a match in the dark. One spark becomes a flame. One flame becomes a fire. And a fire begins to shift the atmosphere around your life. You have felt powerless before, as if your voice carried no weight, as if your prayers were swallowed by silence. But hear me, your voice is a weapon. Your declaration is a sword. When you open your mouth and align with heaven, the unseen responds. Angels move. Darkness retreats. Breakthrough begins. Think of a harp string. On its own, it is still, clear, almost fragile. But when struck, it vibrates and produces a sound that can fill a hall. That is you, chosen one. Dormant strength waits inside you. And heaven's touch awakens the sound. That sound, your agreement. Your faith is what now fills the unseen with resonance. Perhaps you've wondered why the battles grew heavier right when you tried to do right. It is because the enemy fears the moment you realize who you truly are. He fears the day you stop doubting and start declaring. That day is today. Peace is your weapon. Alignment is your strategy. Response is your act of courage. Do not let this scroll end without leaving your mark. Even if you whisper it to yourself, even if your hands shake, let heaven hear your yes. Because this moment is not about entertainment. It is not about a video or a voice. It is about destiny calling you by name. You have been interrupted for a reason, and nothing will ever be the same again. The night has always been your teacher, though at times it felt like your enemy. When silence filled the room and everyone else slept, you were left alone with your thoughts. The ceiling became your canvas of questions. Why did this happen to me? Why does the pain linger? Why does it feel like God is far when I need Him most? Those nights were not wasted. They were shaping you. They were chiseling you into a vessel that could hold weight without breaking. The darkness you walked through became a school, and every tear was a lesson, not a punishment, an education. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5, Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Consider the night sky from afar. It seems empty, but the longer you stare, the more stars appear. First one, then another, until suddenly the whole expanse is filled with light. That is your journey. The longer you stay in the dark, the more hidden lights are revealed. Some you never would have seen in daylight. God teaches His deepest mysteries in the shadows. There was a time you thought the silence was proof of absence. In reality, it was proof of nearness. Teachers are often silent during the test, not because they have abandoned the student, but because the lesson has already been taught. You were sitting in the exam room of destiny. The quiet did not mean God was gone. It meant you were being proven. Think of Jacob, who wrestled through the night until dawn broke. That was not coincidence. It was divine design. Transformation often comes at night. The limp he carried afterward was not a mark of defeat, but of identity. He walked differently because he was no longer the same. You too have walked through nights that left you with limps, invisible to others, but real to you. Those marks are not shame, they are proof that you prevailed. Have you noticed how nights are longest just before dawn? Darkness deepens as if it knows it is about to lose. That is what your hardest seasons felt like, the suffocating wait right before breakthrough. You wondered if you could make it, if your mind would shatter under the pressure, yet somehow you endured. That endurance was not weakness stretched thin, it was strength being stretched wide. Imagine a candle burning in a long tunnel. Every gust threatens to extinguish it, but the flame bends, flickers, then regains its stance. The tunnel is long, but the candle does not die. That candle is you. Your flame survived winds that others thought would snuff you out. What they do not know is that your flame is not ordinary. It is sustained by breath from heaven. And here is the mystery. Those sleepless hours were not wasted wandering. They were holy appointments. In them, you found an honesty that daytime never pulled out of you. In the night, Masksfall, Pretens's Father, only raw soul remains. That is when heaven leans closest, listening not for eloquent prayers, but for honest cries. Think of the psalmist who wrote songs in caves, melodies of anguish that later became hymns of nations. His midnight cries turned into morning anthems. Your whispers in the dark are not lost, they are being recorded in heaven's library. One day they will echo louder than the pain that birthed them. Sometimes the night stretches not for hours, but for years. Waiting seasons can feel like a moonless sky. You wonder if dawn even exists. Yet hidden within those years, God places seeds, like roots growing underground, unseen but alive. Your spirit has been developing strength that surface eyes cannot measure. People may look and see nothing, but when the season shifts, the growth will be undeniable. There was a young man who endured years of obscurity, locked away in prison for crimes he never committed. Each night he lay awake, wondering if God remembered him. But those nights taught him how to interpret dreams, how to hear the whispers of heaven. When the time came, those midnight lessons opened a throne room. His name was Joseph. His story, though ancient, breathes into yours. Your nights are not evidence of rejection, they are preparation for recognition. Do not despise what the night has done in you. Yes, it drained you. Yes, it felt endless. But it also deepened your well. Others may drink from shallow streams, you draw from depths carved by struggle. That is why your wisdom will shock those who only see your surface. They will not understand how you discern, how you carry patience, how you endure storms with composure. They do not know the classrooms you attended in silence. The night has been a sculptor. It carved away arrogance. It stripped illusions. It taught you how to sit still when everything in you wanted to run. That skill waiting is a weapon. Few master it. Yet you have been forced to learn. And in learning, you have gained something unshakable. You must begin to reinterpret your memories. What if those endless nights were not wasted hours, but divine training? What if every unanswered question was a seed of wisdom, waiting for its season to bloom? What if every lonely tear watered the ground for future harvest? Nothing was wasted. Nothing. Look back with different eyes now. See not a victim lying awake, but a warrior in secret training. See not abandoned silence, but holy classroom. See not wasted time, but preparation for a dawn about to break. The night does not last forever. The same God who designed sunsets also designed sunrises. You have been carried this far, and the very fact that you are here means morning is close. Hold this truth: the darker the night, the nearer the dawn. You have carried something on your life that others could not see. It was not a title, not a crown, not a robe. It was an anointing. An invisible oil has been poured over your journey. You felt different because you were different. While others moved freely, you carried weight. While others ignored conviction, you felt every whisper of heaven in your bones. That hidden anointing is the reason why attacks came early and came often. Oil attracts warfare. It is also the reason why favor found you in places you did not deserve. Oil draws opportunities. You thought it was random that doors opened for you, that people trusted you quickly, that your words carried unusual weight. It was not coincidence. It was evidence of the secret anointing over your life. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 6, "In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight." Chosen one. This oil is not about status, it is about surrender. The anointing is not given so you can boast, it is given so you can build. Others may misuse their gifts, but you cannot. You feel restless when you drift, heavy when you disobey, unsettled when you compromise. Why? Because the oil on your life refuses to let you live small. Think of a lantern filled with oil. No matter how dark the cave becomes, that oil ensures the flame burns. That is you. The night seasons you've endured did not extinguish you because heaven had already filled you, and yet you doubted yourself. You wondered if you were chosen at all. You thought, if I was truly anointed, why do I feel so broken? Why do I stumble? Why do I get overlooked? The truth is this: cracks do not cancel oil. In fact, oil often seeps out most through cracks. The very places you feel weak become channels where God's power flows. Remember the shepherd boy named David. He was anointed in secret, while his own family overlooked him. He went back to tending sheep after receiving a destiny-shifting oil. Nothing looked different outwardly, yet everything had shifted. The oil on him guaranteed that eventually the throne would find him, just like David. You may feel hidden, uncelebrated, even forgotten. But the anointing on your life ensures that no matter how long it takes, purpose will locate you. This is why you cannot quit. You are not carrying ordinary breath, you are carrying eternal fire. You are not walking with empty hands, you are walking with oil dripping from heaven's altar. When you enter a room, atmospheres shift, even if no one acknowledges it. When you pray, resistance stirs, even if you do not see it. When you speak, something unseen trembles, because your words are not just yours, they are charged. Chosen one. Do not despise the oil you carry. Protect it. Guard it. Walk with reverence. It is what kept you alive. It is what will carry you forward. Now I ask you to do something bold. Comment these 3 words. I carry oil. Write it plainly. Declare it publicly. Let the unseen realm hear you affirm what heaven already knows. Do not just type it mechanically, understand it. Those 3 words are your agreement that you are not common, that you are chosen, that the hidden anointing on your life is real. Every time you see that declaration, it will remind you that your story is not over. It is only beginning. Let it be written beneath this message as your testimony. Let it be the phrase that seals this moment. I carry oil. When you write those 3 words, you are not simply typing into a comment box. You are stepping into agreement with what heaven has already declared over your life. The world tries to make you forget who you are. Your failures whisper that you are ordinary. Your critics insist that you are not qualified. Even your own doubts rise up like shadows to tell you the oil is not real. But when you boldly type, I carry oil, you silence every one of those lies. Think of it this way. Oil in Scripture was never meant to stay hidden in a jar. It was poured. It was smeared. It was applied. And once it touched someone's life, nothing was the same again. Kings were chosen with oil. Prophets were appointed with oil. Warriors were strengthened with oil. Priests were sanctified with oil. Every time the oil appeared, destinies shifted. When you declare, I carry oil, you are saying, my destiny is already marked. My future is already sealed. My story is already written in heaven's ink. Oil also represents endurance. Lamps without oil go out quickly. Lamps filled with oil shine through the night. The reason you have not burned out, the reason you are still here after all you endured, is because you were never running on your own strength. The oil sustained you, even when you felt empty. Even when your prayers seemed weak, the reservoir of heaven kept your flame alive. And here is the mystery. Your oil is not just for you. When others draw near, they feel lighter, even if they cannot explain why. When you speak, people feel hope rise, though you did not intend to preach. That is the oil at work. It flows through your cracked places, your human weakness, your ordinary words, and it touches hearts in ways you cannot measure. So when you comment, I carry oil, you are also making a commitment. You are choosing to walk carefully with what God has entrusted to you. You are promising not to waste it on bitterness, not to spend it on compromise, not to cheapen it with pride. You are saying, this oil is holy. I will treat it as sacred, my chosen one. Do not underestimate the power of this declaration. It is both identity and assignment. It reminds you of who you are and compels you toward who you are becoming. You carry oil, and because of that, you cannot live like everyone else. You cannot kit like everyone else. You cannot settle like everyone else. Carry it with humility. Carry it with fire. Carry it with reverence. And remember, the oil on your life will take you where human strength never could. You have carried weights that were not yours to carry. Burdens passed to you because others refused to shoulder them. The heaviness came early family expectations, broken responsibilities, silent sacrifices. At times you wondered why it always fell on you. Why were you the one who had to be strong when everyone else gave up? Why did the pressure seem to find you, even when you never sought it? These burdens did not come to break you. They came to forge you. The fire that seemed cruel was in fact shaping. Iron is never strong until it has felt the furnace. And you, chosen one, were placed in flames that tested, pressed, and refined you. The Word of God declares in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, for our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. Pause and consider this. What you carried may have looked unbearable, but in the scale of eternity, it is producing glory. Every tear that wet your pillow was not wasted. It was a seed in the soil of glory. Every responsibility that bent your back was not punishment. It was training. Imagine a clay jar placed under pressure. The potter presses from within and without, shaping curves, smoothing edges. Without that pressure, the clay would collapse when placed in fire. In the same way, the burdens you bore were not random. They were the potter's hands molding you. There were nights you thought, "This is too heavy. I will break." Yet look at you, you did not break. You stretched. You bent. But you endured, like a bow pulled tight. The tension only prepared you for release. The arrow cannot fly without the stretch. Your story holds key at heroism. Others may never know the full weight you carried because you learned how to smile while holding it. You became skilled at disguising pain, trained at moving forward, even when your shoulders burned. But heaven saw every unseen sacrifice, every silent battle, every unacknowledged responsibility. Heaven recorded them. Nothing was invisible to God. Think of Moses, carrying not just his own struggles, but the weight of an entire people. His cries were heavy, his hands weary. Yet God answered by lifting his arms through others when he could no longer lift them himself. The burdens you have carried may have seemed lonely, but help has always been near, even if hidden. Even if delayed, you must see your past through different eyes now. Those weights were not curses, they were catalysts. They revealed your capacity. They proved your resilience. They revealed the unusual strength heaven placed in you. Others collapsed under lesser loads. Yet you stood, not because you were stronger on your own, but because an invisible grace was carrying you through the unbearable. Picture a mountain climber. The higher he climbs, the heavier his gear seems. Yet without that gear, he cannot survive the climb. The burden is also the provision. It slows him, tests him, but it equips him. That has been your journey. What felt like excess weight was in fact your survival kit for the altitude you were destined to reach. Do not despise the heaviness. It has expanded your shoulders. It has deepened your compassion. It has given you eyes that recognize pain in others instantly because you have lived it yourself. That is why people feel safe near you. You carry understanding born in suffering. There is also a mystery here. The weight you carried was never just about you. It was generational. You were carrying what others refused to resolve, lifting what others dropped. In families, in communities, in relationships, someone must bear the turning point. That someone was you. And though it felt unfair, it positioned you as the breaker of cycles, the one who ends patterns and begins new ones. Remember Jesus carrying his cross. The weight was not his alone, it was the burden of the world. Yet, in carrying it, redemption was released. In your story, the cross may look different, but the principle remains. When the chosen one carries weight, freedom follows, not only for self, but for many others. Look back, not with bitterness, but with reverence. That weight you once cursed has become your crown. Those loads others left for you became the very evidence that you are marked. What was heavy is now holy. Chosen one. Let this sink deep. You did not survive by accident. You were sustained because your life is too vital to collapse. Every burden became a chapter in the book of your becoming. And soon, those very weights will testify of the glory being revealed in you. So breathe deeply now. Release the shame of heaviness. It was never a punishment. It was the potter's hand, the bow's stretch, the climber's gear, the cross that leads to glory. What once felt unbearable has already become the proof that you were chosen to carry what others could not. And now, chosen one. The season is shifting. The same weight that once pressed you down will become the testimony that lifts others up. You will speak from scars, not from theory. You will carry wisdom, not learned in books, but carved into your very soul. What felt like chains has become your authority. What once was a crushing load has become your crown. Understand this clearly. The heaviness was never meant to end you. It was meant to expand you. Like a tree that grew deeper roots because of harsh winds, you too have been anchored so that when storms rise again, you will not be moved. The burden was the preparation. The weight was the evidence. And now, having endured it, you stand ready to step into a future where nothing you carried is wasted. There is a moment in every journey where mercy pauses, not because it has run out, but because it waits for you to respond. Mercy is like a river that flows generously. Yet, even rivers have bends. Moments where the water seems to slow, as if it is waiting for something. That is where you are now standing, at the bend of mercy. The water still flowing, but the decision is yours. The Word of God declares in the book of Hosea, chapter 10, verse 12, "Sow righteousness for yourselves. Reap the fruit of unfailing love, and break up your unplowed ground, for it is time to seek the Lord, until he comes and showers his righteousness on you." Chosen one. Do you see what this means? The mercy of God is not a chain that drags you, it is an invitation that draws you. It is not a contract that forces, it is a river that whispers. Step in, but you must choose. Think of the sunrise. Every morning it climbs faithfully over the horizon. No one commands it. No one controls it. You can ignore it, or you can stop, breathe, and let it wash over you. Mercy is like that sunrise, it is given freely. But you only experience its warmth if you turn your face toward it. Your life has already proven this truth. How many times should you have been destroyed, and yet you were spared? How many mistakes should have buried you, and yet somehow you rose again? That was mercy, arriving quietly, like dew on grass that you did not notice until the morning light revealed it. And here is the truth. Mercy will not always keep waiting. The river continues to flow. The sun continues to rise. But for you, there is a specific moment, an appointed time, where heaven leans close and says, "Now, that moment is here." Do not think of this as pressure. Think of it as opportunity. Imagine being offered a banquet after years of hunger. No one is forcing you to eat. The table is set. The food is warm. And the host simply smiles, waiting for you to sit. That is what heaven is doing now. Sometimes people hear calls like this and feel resistance. They think, is this just another demand, another rule, another voice telling me what I must do? But listen closely. Mercy is not a demand. It is a gift. You do not have to earn it. You do not have to prove you deserve it. You simply receive it. And as you receive, something beautiful happens. You begin to notice how this word came to you at exactly the right time. You realize that you did not stumble here by accident, but that God arranged this interruption so you would hear what your soul has been waiting for. That is why I ask you, gently and sincerely, If this word is awakening something in you, let your heart respond, not out of obligation, but out of recognition. When you press like, it is as if you place a small stone on the altar, saying, "This touched me. I remember." When you share, you are passing a torch into the hands of another traveler, lighting their steps through the same valley you once walked. And when you subscribe, it is not about numbers. It is like planting a root beside a river, choosing to remain where living water flows, so that you can return again and again to drink. Each act is symbolic, each one a seed. You are not forced, you are invited. The altar waits. The torch longs to be passed. The river flows, whether you stay or not. But when you choose, something shifts. The small action becomes a prophetic echo, and your agreement in the seen world stirs movement in the unseen. Think of a lantern in the dark, alone. It lights a small circle, but when another lantern is lit, and another, soon the darkness is filled with a glow that cannot be denied. By responding, liking, sharing, subscribing, you are lighting lanterns, adding to the glow that pushes back shadows not only in your own life, but in lives you may never meet. Mercy is personal, but it is also communal. What you carry, others need. What you receive, others can be strengthened by. That is why this moment matters. So breathe deeply. There is no pressure here, only invitation. There is no force here, only freedom. You are not being told what you must do, you are being reminded of what you can do, and in that freedom lies your strength. Chosen one. The bend of mercy is before you. The river still flows. The sunrise still rises. The banquet still waits. Will you step in? Turn your face. Take your seat. That is your choice. And in your choice lies your breakthrough. Carry this image with you, a key placed in your hand. It is not heavy, not ornate, but simple. That key can unlock a door that has been closed for too long. No one can force you to use it. But if you do, what opens will change everything. This message, this moment, is that key. Take it and step forward. And when you step forward, you will notice something remarkable. The weight that once chained you begins to feel lighter. Mercy does not erase your past, but it transforms how you carry it. What once looked like shame now shines as testimony. What once felt like a prison becomes the very platform on which you stand. Picture yourself walking through a garden after heavy rain. The ground is damp, the air thick with fragrance, and every leaf sparkles. That is what your life becomes when you say yes to mercy, a garden washed clean, refreshed, and made new. So let this word not pass like wind through open fields. Let it take root. For today, you are standing not only at the bend of mercy, but also at the threshold of new beginnings. Step forward. The gate is open. From the beginning, you have been different. You may not have understood it, but you have felt it. The way you see the world, the way you carry pain, the way you hear whispers in silence, it has always set you apart. While others fit in easily, you never could. And sometimes that difference felt like rejection. But it was never rejection, it was distinction. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Chosen one. Those words were not written for someone else. They breathe life into you right now. Your difference is not a flaw. It is a fingerprint. It is the seal of heaven that cannot be erased. You are marked. Think of a rare jewel hidden in the earth. On the outside, it looks like any ordinary stone, unnoticed by most. But inside, beneath rough edges, brilliance waits. Miners dig for hours, days, years, until they discover it. And when it is revealed, it is set apart. That is you. For years you looked ordinary, unrecognized, even discarded. But heaven always knew the brilliance buried in you. The reason doors closed was not because you lacked value, it was because you carried too much value to be placed in the wrong room. The reason friendships broke was not because you were unworthy, it was because your assignment demanded a path others could not walk. The reason you felt misunderstood is because your language is not of this world, it is of the Spirit. This is why battles have pursued you since childhood. Your difference alarmed the enemy. The oil on your life terrified darkness. Even before you knew your name fully, darkness knew you were marked. That is why rejection came early. That is why betrayal struck deep. That is why loneliness became your companion. But what others meant for harm became heaven's proof that you belong to Him. Imagine a violin string tuned tighter than all the others. It feels stretched. It feels under pressure. But when the bow touches it, the sound produced is higher, sharper, more beautiful. That is your life. The tension you felt was not to destroy you, it was to tune you. Heaven was preparing your sound, a sound unlike any other. Now, chosen one. Here is the truth. Your distinction requires your response. You cannot keep living as if you are common. You cannot continue silencing the very voice that was anointed to speak. There is a responsibility in being marked. To ignore it is to waste the treasure buried in you. To embrace it is to walk in the fullness of your calling. You may ask, but how do I embrace it? You begin by acknowledging it. You do not shrink from your difference anymore. You stop apologizing for your light. You stop lowering your voice so others feel comfortable in darkness. You stop pretending to be average when heaven has branded you extraordinary. This is your declaration moment. Heaven is watching to see if you will agree with what has already been written about you. And so, He invites you into a prophetic act, one that is simple yet powerful. Comment the number 444. Why this number? Because it is a symbol of divine establishment, of being grounded, of foundations that cannot be shaken. It is heaven's reminder that what God set apart cannot be erased, that what He established cannot be undone. When you type 444, you are declaring, I accept my distinction. I will not run from my identity. I choose to walk as one who is marked. End of 2. It may look like just digits on a screen, but in the unseen, it is a trumpet blast. It is you aligning with your destiny. It is you announcing to every shadow that you know who you are now. It is you standing boldly as one who was known before birth, set apart before your first breath. Let me give you an image. Picture a soldier stepping forward in formation. Until that moment, he blended in, standing still with the rest. But when his name is called, he takes a step. That step changes everything. It is the moment of distinction. Commenting 444 is your step forward. It is your act of agreement with heaven's calling, Do not underestimate what happens when you acknowledge the oil, the mark, the difference. Suddenly, what once felt like rejection begins to feel like direction. What once felt like loneliness becomes holiness. What once felt like loss becomes alignment, because everything shifts the moment you say, "Yes, I am different, and I embrace it." And here is the beauty. When you live marked, you inspire others to do the same. There are people watching your journey who feel the same difference inside themselves but are too afraid to name it. When they see you walk boldly, they will rise too. Your yes is not only for you, it is for them. So let this truth sink deep. You are not strange. You are sacred. You are not rejected. You are reserved. You are not broken. You are branded. The mark on your life is not a curse. It is a crown. Chosen one. Do not despise the distinction anymore. Let the world call you unusual. It only proves you are heaven's own. Wear the difference proudly. Walk the path boldly. And with every step, remember the truth that was written before time. You were set apart. Now, leave your mark. Declare your yes. Type 444 below. Not as superstition, but as faith. Not as a number, but as prophecy. And let heaven hear your agreement. You are marked. You are chosen. You are His. The battles you have faced were not random. They were strategic. The opposition that surrounded your life was carefully designed to weaken your focus, to distract your calling, to make you doubt the oil you carry. The enemy has no need to waste energy on those who are not a threat. But from the moment you drew your first breath, your existence was already a disruption to darkness. That is why the assaults began so early, so intensely, and so personally. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Chosen one. Let that echo in your spirit. You have tried to fight battles with your own hands, swinging at shadows, exhausting yourself against enemies you could not even see. But the truth is this: many of your battles were never meant to be won by your strength. They were designed to be won by your surrender. Think of a shadow on the wall. It looks large, menacing, frightening, but when you turn on the light, the shadow vanishes. That is what the enemy has tried to do: magnify illusions until they seem insurmountable. You wasted nights worrying about battles that were only smoke. Darkness thrives on deception. But when you rest in God's presence, light breaks in, and the illusion collapses. Your greatest weapon has always been your presence with Him. Stillness does not mean inaction. It means anchoring yourself in trust. It means recognizing that no scheme, no weapon, no plot can outmaneuver the one who goes before you. Look at the pattern in your life. Every time the enemy thought he had silenced you, you came back louder. Every time he tried to bury you, you rose higher. Every time he tried to use people closest to you to wound you, the wound only drove you deeper into God's arms. These were not coincidences, they were confirmations. Picture yourself as a lighthouse on a cliff. Storms rage. Waves crash. Winds howl. But the lighthouse does not move. It does not chase the storm, nor does it fight the waves. It simply stands, shining light in the middle of chaos. That is what you have been called to be. Not someone who spends life battling every gust of wind, but someone who anchors in God and lets the light terrify the darkness. Many times, the enemy came disguised. He wore the face of familiarity, a friend's betrayal, a family member's harsh word, a co-worker's jealousy. These disguises were meant to confuse you, to make you fight flesh and blood. But you must remember what Scripture teaches. Your struggle is not against people, but against unseen rulers, powers, and forces of darkness. The enemy hides behind familiar masks because he knows your heart cares for those faces. But when you discern, you see past the mask. You no longer waste energy hating people. You direct your focus on breaking the power behind the disguise. Think of Job. His entire world collapsed. Family, wealth, health. People told him it was his fault. But behind all of it was an unseen battle. Job's story proves this. Sometimes the chaos around you is not about you failing, but about heaven showcasing your faith. The enemy wants to prove you will curse God, but your endurance proves the opposite. You remain faithful, even in confusion. Do not despise the tactics of the enemy. Without them, you would never have learned discernment. You would never have discovered the depth of your resilience. You would never have known how powerful your light truly is. Remember, opposition is confirmation. If you were not dangerous to darkness, you would not be attacked. Imagine a garden wall covered in vines. To the untrained eye, it looks like the vines own the wall, but scrape them back, and the wall remains unshaken. That wall is your calling. The vines are attacks. They cling. They scratch. They try to hide what is underneath. But at the end of the day, they cannot alter the foundation. And when the season changes, the vines wither away, leaving the wall standing stronger than before. Chosen one, you must stop living as though you are under siege. You are not the hunted, you are the guarded. Heaven has already stationed protection around you. Your angels do not sleep. Your Father does not slumber. The darkness trembles, not because of your effort, but because of your identity. The tactics of the enemy are temporary. His illusions are fragile. His strategies are recycled. But your identity, your calling, your mark, these are eternal. They cannot be erased. Look at Jesus in the wilderness. The enemy came with half-truths, with twisted words, with promises of shortcuts. But Jesus did not fight with fists. He fought with truth. He declared what was written, and with every word, the deception collapsed. That is your strategy too. Not striving, not panicking, but declaring truth in the face of lies. And here is the greater revelation. Every tactic the enemy has used against you has only backfired. He tried to use rejection to silence you, but it gave you depth. He tried to use betrayal to isolate you, but it gave you discernment. He tried to use loss to break you, but it gave you authority to speak healing into others. Every scheme has become seed. Every weapon has become a testimony. Every tactic has been turned into training. So you can walk boldly now. Not because you will never face battles again, but because you understand the pattern. You know the script. You recognize the disguise. You see the illusion. You no longer fight shadows, you shine light. Chosen one, hear this. The enemy is afraid of you, discovering how powerful you already are. He cannot remove your calling, so he tries to distract you from it. He cannot erase the oil, so he tries to convince you it isn't there. He cannot stop your light, so he tries to blind you to it. But now your eyes are opening. Now your spirit is rising. Now you are beginning to see clearly. You are not just surviving attacks, you are learning strategy. You are not just enduring battles, you are mastering victory. And soon, the very enemy who thought he had you cornered will realize he trained you for the throne. The war was never about destroying you, it was about discovering you. And now you know, you are a chosen one, marked, guarded, and unstoppable. There comes a moment in your journey where what once seemed like weakness becomes a weapon. That is what happens when you discover your first sword. For years, you thought you were defenseless, wandering through life with nothing but bruises and survival instincts. But slowly, quietly, heaven was placing something in your hand, not a physical weapon, but something sharper than steel, stronger than iron, and more enduring than fire. The Word of God. It was proclaimed in the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 12. For the Word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It penetrates even to dividing soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart. Chosen one. This verse does not speak of words on a page. It speaks of a living sword, one that cuts through illusions, exposes lie, and sets you free from confusion. The world throws noise at you, doubt, fear, accusations, but the word slices through, leaving truth standing alone. Think of fog rolling over a battlefield. The enemy hides in the mist, his movements disguised. Soldiers stumble, disoriented, unsure of which way to turn. But then a sword is lifted, gleaming in the faint light. Its edge cuts the fog, and suddenly the enemy is revealed. That is what Scripture does for you. It slices through fog, exposing what is real, silencing the whispers of deception. Your first sword may not feel heavy. It is not swung with arms, but with faith. Every time you speak a promise over your situation, you are wielding it. Every time you declare what is written instead of what you fear, you are striking with it. And though you may not see the clash in the natural, the unseen realm feels every blow. Remember Joshua lifting his spear against Amalek. The battle below raged on, but the victory was decided by what was lifted above. In the same way, when you lift the word over your life, heaven fights for you. The sword is not about force, but about authority. It reminds darkness that you are not unarmed, you are backed by the eternal. Many underestimate the power of this weapon because it seems too simple. Words, declarations, verses, but do not be deceived. Words built the universe. Words called light out of nothing. Words calmed storms, healed the sick, raised the dead. And those same words are now in your hands, in your mouth, in your spirit. Think of a blacksmith shaping a blade. He heats the metal, hammers it, cools it, and repeats over and over until the blade gleams. That is what God has done with your experiences. Each trial, each pressure, each fire has been hammering the word deeper into you. You may not have noticed, but all along he was forging a sword in your spirit. Now, when you speak, there is weight. Now, when you pray, there is sharpness. Now, when you declare, there is power. But understand this, the sword is not only for battle against enemies, it is also for battles within. How many times has your own mind turned against you, accusations rising like arrows? shame cutting deeper than any human insult, fear strangling your courage. In those moments, the word becomes the blade that severs lies from truth. You remind yourself, I am not abandoned. I am chosen. You speak, I am not condemned. I am forgiven. You declare, I am not powerless. I am strengthened. And as you do, the sword swings within, cutting chains that once bound you. Consider Jesus in the wilderness. When temptation came, he did not argue. He did not panic. He drew the sword. It is written, with every strike. The deceiver retreated. That same authority now rests in you. Your sword may feel new in your hands, but it has already proven its edge across generations. And here is a mystery. The more you use it, the sharper it becomes. Ordinary blades dull with use, but this sword grows brighter, swifter, surer every time you wield it. Each declaration adds polish. Prayer adds edge. Each act of faith strengthens your grip. Do not neglect it. Many carry the sword, but leave it sheathed. They live unaware of the weapon within reach. Do not be like them. Draw it often. Let it become natural to speak light into darkness, truth into fear, promising to despair. Picture yourself standing on a cliff as waves crash below. The storm is fierce. The winds howl. But in your hand gleams a sword that glows with fire, not of this world. You are not powerless. You are not empty-handed. You are armed with what heaven itself forged for you. Chosen one. Your first sword is not your last. There will be other weapons, other gifts, other armors. But this one, the living word, is the foundation. Without it, no other weapon has weight. With it, even your silence carries authority. So remember this truth. You are never unarmed. No matter how lost you feel, no matter how confused your mind, the sword remains in your spirit. And the moment you lift it, everything shifts. Shadows scatter. Lies crumble. Fear flees. You thought your story was only about endurance, but now you see it is also about offense. You are not just surviving, you are striking. You are not just enduring, you are advancing. And it all begins with the sword you carry now. There comes a moment when the oil on your life demands activation. It is not enough to know you are chosen. It is not enough to carry the sword. You must now declare. Words are not just sounds, they are sparks in the unseen. Heaven listens when you speak. Darkness trembles when you confess. The atmosphere shifts when your agreement aligns with God's truth. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 10, verse 10, "For it is with your heart that you believe and are justified, and it is with your mouth that you profess your faith and are saved." Chosen one. Notice this carefully. Belief is in the heart, but activation is in the mouth. Silent faith is real, but spoken faith is power. When you declare who you are, when you proclaim truth over your journey, you carve a path in the unseen. Think of a seed in the soil, hidden, quiet, small. But when the ground is broken open, the seed emerges. And what was invisible becomes undeniable. That is what happens when you speak. Your hidden faith pushes through the soil of silence and begins to grow. Too many times, you have kept your power unspoken. You carried fire in your heart, but fear kept your mouth closed. You walked with destiny in your bones, but doubt sealed your lips. No more. This is the hour of activation. This is the moment you let your voice echo what heaven already declared. Remember Gideon. He saw himself as the weakest, the least, the forgotten. But when he finally agreed with the angel's words, when his voice aligned with his calling, he became a warrior who shifted nations. It was not his strength that changed. It was his agreement. Chosen one. You may feel ordinary, but your agreement makes you extraordinary. You may feel small, but your declaration makes you unstoppable. The oil on your life has been waiting for this exact moment, the moment you step into agreement and speak. And now, here is your prophetic act. It is simple, but it carries weight. Comment the phrase, "I awaken now." And do not underestimate it. These 3 words may look small on the screen, but in the spirit, they are thunder. They are you standing up after years of crawling. They are you breaking silence after years of doubt. They are you stepping out of shadows into light. When you write, "I awaken now," you are not only speaking into your present, you are announcing to your future. You are saying, "I will not remain buried. I will not stay silent. I will not hide what God placed in me." These words shake chains. They summon courage. They mark this moment as the day something shifted in your life. Imagine a soldier in the dirt, beaten down by battle, dust on his face, wounds on his body. Everyone thinks he is finished. But then, slowly, he places his hands on the ground and pushes himself up. His enemies gasp. His allies cheer, because his rising changes everything. That soldier is you. And these words, "I awaken now," are your push from the ground. So speak them boldly. Do not whisper them as if they are fragile. Write them clearly, like a banner over your life. Let heaven hear. Let the unseen tremble. Let your own soul awaken to the truth. You are rising, and nothing can stop you. Chosen one. Your awakening begins with agreement, and agreement begins with your declaration. Say it. Seal it. Step into it. And here is what you must realize. Awakening is not just about standing up once. It is about living awake every day. Many rise for a moment, then fall back into sleep because they forget their identity. But you, chosen one, are called to remain awake, to walk as one who knows who they are. Awakening means you refuse to go back to patterns that once chained you. If you declare, "I awoken now," then you must also decide to stay awake. That means guarding your thoughts, filtering your influences, and protecting the oil on your life. Just as a soldier who wakes in the middle of the night must stay alert until the dawn, so must you. Think of a watchman on a city wall. His job is not to fight every enemy, but to stay awake, to keep his eyes open when others sleep. If he dozes off, the city is vulnerable. But if he stays awake, the people inside remain safe. You are that watchman, not only over your own soul, but over those connected to you. Your awakening guards more lives than you realize. When you comment, "I awaken now," you are also rejecting spiritual sleep, the apathy, the distractions, the numbness that the enemy tries to cover you with. Sleep says, "I don't care." Awakening says, "I see clearly. I hear clearly. I care deeply." It is not just words. It is a decision that will shape your days. And awakening is also joy. Imagine stepping outside after a long stormy night. The air is crisp. The sky glows. The ground sparkles with new light. That first breath feels different. It feels like life itself. That is the joy of awakening. You begin to notice small things again. Gratitude rises where there used to be complaints. Hope sings where silence once lingered. Your eyes catch details that sleep kept hidden. This is why awakening is powerful. It transforms not only how you see the world, but how the world sees you. People will begin to notice your eyes shine differently. Your words carry weight. Your presence feels alive. They will not always be able to explain it, but they will sense it. You are awake. So, chosen one, take this moment seriously. Do not just type the words as a ritual. Understand their depth. I awaken now means you are stepping out of the fog. It means you are claiming your identity. It means you are guarding your soul with vigilance. It means you are choosing joy, clarity, and purpose over numbness, distraction, and despair. This is not just your moment of awakening, it is your lifestyle from now on. The trial you endured was not just hardship, it was the crown being formed in secret. Every pain that bent your knees, every betrayal that pierced your heart, every delay that stretched your patience, it was all weaving together into a garment of authority you could not yet see. What you thought would break you became the very fire that crowned you. The Spirit spoke through James, chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial. Having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life the Lord has promised to those who love Him. End Cree. Chosen one. Do you see it? The trial was not punishment. It was process. You did not lose your worth in suffering. You discovered it. Like gold in the furnace. The heat revealed your brilliance. Like a seed buried in soil. The darkness prepared you for growth. Like a sculptor pressing into stone. The strikes shaped the masterpiece hidden inside. Imagine a pearl in the ocean. It begins as irritation. A grain of sand trapped in an oyster. Painful. Unwanted. Small. But over time, layer after layer is added until beauty is born. That is you. What started as wounds has become worth. What began as sorrow has become shine. And here is the mystery. Your crown is invisible to some, but undeniable to heaven. Angels see it. The unseen world trembles at it. Every time you rise after falling, every time you love after betrayal, every time you forgive after bleeding, the crown gleams brighter. The trial that nearly crushed you has become your coronation robe. Not the robe of comfort, but the robe of resilience. Not the robe of ease, but the robe of endurance. And now you stand clothed, not in shame, but in strength. Think of a tree battered by storms. Its bark bears scars. Its branches bend, but its roots die deeper. Years later, when the winds return, the tree stands unshaken because its roots learn to anchor in the storm. That is you. The storm was your teacher, and your roots are now unshakable. And because your story carries this crown, it is not just for you, it is for others. Your testimony is a lamp for someone else's night. Your endurance is a compass for someone else's confusion. Your crown is not an ornament. It is a signal. If I survived, so can you. And that is why I invite you gently, sincerely, from the depth of my heart, to let this message travel beyond you. When you press like, it is as if you place a flower at the altar, saying, "This word touched me. I honor it." And when you share, it is like releasing a dove into the sky, carrying hope to someone you may never meet, landing in the window of another weary soul. And when you subscribe, it is like planting a tree beside living water, choosing to root yourself in a place where nourishment will always flow, so that you can return whenever your soul thirsts. These actions are not requirements, they are invitations. They are beautiful choices that echo the crown you already wear, like petals falling from a blossom, like sparks rising from a fire. They are natural responses to what your heart feels. Chosen one. Remember, crowns are not displayed in silence. Crowns shine brightest when they reflect light. By engaging, by honoring this word, by passing it along, by staying connected, you allow your crown to shine in ways that bless not only you, but many others. Picture this, a lantern glowing in your hand. You could keep it tucked close, warming only yourself. But when you lift it high, its light reaches paths you will never walk, guiding travelers you will never meet. That is what happens when you let your story, your crown, your testimony extend beyond you. So, stand tall. Your trial did not leave you empty-handed, it left you crowned. And now your crown calls you to live boldly, to shine freely, and to share generously. Let this moment be a reminder. What once felt like ashes has become beauty. What once looked like loss has become legacy. What once tasted like bitterness has become testimony. You are crowned, and your life is proof that trials are not the end. They are the coronation. And when you honor this word, whether through a flower laid on the altar, a dove set free, or a tree planted by the river, you are not just responding to a message, you are sealing your moment of coronation. The crown sits on your head, the robe rests on your shoulders. The fire that once burned now shines in your eyes, and heaven whispers, "Well done, you are crowned." And now, chosen one, let the weight of that crown sink in. It is not made of gold or jewels alone. It is formed from every sleepless night, every hidden tear, every moment you refuse to give up. This crown is living testimony that your life is more than survival. It is victory in motion. Walk as one who wears it, not with arrogance, but with reverence. For a crown does not make you untouchable. It makes you responsible. Others will look to you for courage, for guidance, for proof that endurance is not in vain. And you will have it, because you lived it. So carry yourself differently now. Speak with the authority your crown gives you. Stand with the dignity your trials forged in you. And remember, your crown is not fragile. It is forged in fire, unshaken by storms, unbroken by betrayal. Chosen one, you are crowned. Step forward into your tomorrow with that truth blazing in your spirit. In the stillness of wilderness seasons, maps are drawn. They are not maps of roads and highways, but maps of the soul, of the unseen, of the destiny marked upon your life. When you were walking through loneliness, through silence, through waiting that stretched so long, it felt endless. You did not realize that heaven was sketching direction across your spirit. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 42, verse 16. I will lead the blind by ways they have not known. Along unfamiliar paths I will guide them, I will turn the darkness into light before them and make the rough places smooth. These are the things I will do. I will not forsake them. Chosen one. Wilderness is not punishment, it is guidance. It is not abandonment, it is preparation. The wilderness strips away distractions, silences competing voices, and leaves you with nothing but the voice of God. And though it felt like emptiness, it was, in fact, fullness. Though it looked like loss, it was gain. Though you thought you were walking aimlessly, you were being guided step by step. Imagine a shepherd leading sheep across a desert. The sheep cannot see the end. The path looks barren, the ground harsh. Yet the shepherd knows where the hidden wells are, where the green patches lie. The sheep do not need the full map. They need only the shepherd's voice. In the same way, your wilderness was navigated not by sight, but by hearing. You did not have clarity for the entire journey, but you had just enough to take the next step. There were times you cried out, "Why so long? Why so silent?" And heaven's reply, though unseen, was this: because the silence is drawing you closer, because the long road is strengthening your stride, because, in the wilderness, you stop leaning on yourself and start leaning entirely on me. Look at the stories of old. Moses spent 40 years in wilderness before stepping into leadership. Israel wandered 40 years before entering promise. John the Baptist cried out from the wilderness before preparing the way. Jesus himself was led into wilderness before beginning his ministry. Do you see the pattern? The wilderness is not a delay, it is a womb. Out of it emerges strength, clarity, authority, and unshakable trust. Think of the wilderness as an artist's studio. It looks messy, silent, hidden from the public eye. But in that hidden place, masterpieces are being formed. You were hidden not because you were forgotten, but because you were being created anew. The wilderness teaches you how to listen. In the city, noise drowns out whispers, but in the desert, every sound is magnified. The still small voice of God, which once was overshadowed by busyness, suddenly becomes clear. You learn to distinguish it, to follow it, to trust it. That discernment is one of the greatest treasures you gained in your wilderness season. And the wilderness teaches dependence with no safety nets, no applause, no visible support. You learned to rely on God as your provider, like manna falling from heaven for Israel. Unexpected provision appeared for you, just enough for each day. It did not always arrive early, but it never arrived late. That rhythm of daily bread, daily strength, daily grace has become your lifeline. Wilderness also tests identity. It asks, who are you when no one is watching? Who are you without applause, without affirmation, without recognition? In answering those questions, you discovered authenticity. You learned that your worth does not come from crowds, but from the one who formed you. That revelation will keep you steady when public eyes eventually turn toward you. Picture a seed beneath the soil. It looks like nothing is happening, but beneath the surface, roots are spreading, pushing deep into the ground. Without that hidden season, the plant could not withstand the winds. Once it emerges, that was your wilderness you were rooting, anchoring, preparing for the weight of the destiny that is about to sprout. Chosen one. Your wilderness was holy ground. It was not wasted years, it was sacred training. every unanswered prayer, every lonely night. Every moment you felt invisible was a stroke of the map being drawn. And when you look back, you will realize that every twist, every detour, every delay brought you exactly where you were meant to be. Do not despise that season anymore. It gave you treasures you cannot lose. The ability to hear, the capacity to trust, the strength to endure, the authenticity to stand, and the map etched into your spirit that no one can steal. And now, with that map in your hands, the wilderness is not your home, it is your launching ground. You will step out carrying clarity you could not have gained in comfort. You will walk into your future, anchored by roots grown in silence. You will stand before people with authority, forged in hiddenness. The wilderness was not the end of you, it was the making of you. And as you step forward, do not forget the rhythm you learned in that hidden place. The wilderness taught you how to walk slowly, how to hear carefully, how to trust deeply. Do not trade that wisdom for the rush of crowds or the noise of opportunities. Carry the silence with you as a treasure. Think of a traveler leaving a desert with a flask of water drawn from a hidden spring. He cannot take the whole well, but he carries enough to remind him that refreshment exists. That is what you carry now, the memory of God's nearness in barren places. So when new storms rise, when roads twist again, when uncertainty knocks at your door, you will not panic. You will remember, if God guided me through wilderness, He will guide me again. That confidence will steady your heart and anchor your steps. For the one who led you there is the same one who leads you out. There are hidden contracts that shape the course of a life, not contracts signed with ink and paper, but agreements whispered in moments of weakness, lies accepted as truth, and fears embraced as identity. Many times, these contracts are invisible. You did not even know you signed them, yet they hold power until you break them. The ancient words recorded in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 9. Whatever they plot against the Lord, He will bring to an end. Trouble will not come a second time. Chosen one. This is the reality. There are contracts of fear that convinced you that you would never rise. There are contracts of shame that told you your past defined you. There are contracts of rejection that made you believe you were unworthy of love. These are not legal documents in heaven's court. They are lies wrapped in agreement. And as long as you agree with them, they carry weight. But hear this truth. What you agreed to in weakness, you can cancel in strength. What was bound by silence can be broken by declaration. What the enemy tried to use as a chain, God is giving you power to snap today. Think of a spider's web. At first glance, it looks delicate, almost harmless. But once caught in it, even strong creatures struggle to escape. The web is sticky because of agreement. Once you touch it, it clings. That is how these hidden contracts work. A single moment of agreement. I am worthless. I will never change. This is just who I am. And suddenly the web begins to hold you. But you are not meant to stay trapped. You are meant to tear the web apart. The cross was not only about forgiveness, it was also about breaking contracts. Every curse, every accusation, every generational agreement that once claimed you was nailed to that wood. The blood of Jesus is not only a covering, it is a cancellation. It does not just pay your debt, it tears the paper itself, leaving nothing left to bind you. Consider Israel in Egypt. 400 years of slavery taught them to think like slaves. Act like slaves. Believe like slaves. Even after chains were broken, the mindset lingered. That was the contract. God did not only take them out of Egypt, He had to take Egypt out of them. In the same way, you are not only stepping out of bondage, you are stepping out of the agreements that kept you tied even after the chains were gone. This is why today is not just about encouragement, it is about action. You must break contracts. You must tear the agreements you never should have signed. You must refuse to let lies define the rest of your journey. And here is your prophetic act. It is simple, but it carries authority. Comment the number 555. This number symbolizes grace multiplied, divine favor, breaking cycles, and the mercy of God rewriting your story. When you type 555, you are declaring, I break the old contracts. I refuse every lie. I step into new covenant. It is not superstition, it is prophecy. It is you announcing to heaven, to earth, and to every shadow, the old deals are done. The only contract I hold now is with God. Oh, do not dismiss this. The unseen realm takes note of what you declare. Your silence lets the web cling tighter. Your voice rips it apart. When you type 555, you are swinging the sword that severs hidden cords. Picture a key sliding into a lock. For years, the door was sealed. Chains wrapped around it. Webs thick across the frame. Suddenly, the key turns. The sound of chains falling echoes louder than any shout. That is what happens when you break contracts. The door that seemed forever shut begins to open, and light pours into rooms you thought you would never see. Maybe your contract was fear. For years, it told you not to try, not to step out, not to believe. Break it now. Maybe your contract was shame, replaying mistakes like endless tapes. Break it now. Maybe your contract was rejection, convincing you that love was for others, but not for you. Break it now. Whatever its name, its time is over. Chosen one. This is the authority you carry, to cancel agreements that were never meant for you. You are not bound by what your parents said in anger. You are not defined by what the world labeled you. You are not chained by your worst decision. You belong to God, and His covenant overrides every counterfeit contract. Think of a courtroom where false documents are presented. The judge slams his gavel and declares, void, invalid, struck down. That is what heaven does when you break contracts in the name of Jesus. Every false word, every curse, every whispered agreement is declared powerless. And from that moment, you walk lighter. The heaviness you thought was part of your personality was in fact part of the contract. The fear you thought was natural was in fact a lie you had agreed with. The shame you thought was permanent was in fact a shadow that dissolved the moment you faced it with truth. Chosen one. This is your turning point. No more silent agreements. No more living under webs. No more carrying contracts that heaven never signed. Today you cancel them, tear them, and step free. So let the number 555 become your declaration. Let it be your shout in the unseen. Let it be the sound of chains falling, webs tearing, and doors swinging open. And as you declare it, believe this truth. You are no longer bound. You are free. You are chosen. You are sealed by covenant with the living God. Learning to recognize the voice of God has always been your greatest challenge, and your deepest longing. From childhood, you sensed whispers you could not explain. Sometimes they came as nudges in your heart, other times as peace in the middle of storms, or even as discomfort when you stood at the edge of compromise. The difficulty was not that God was silent, but that many other voices competed for your attention. The Spirit spoke through the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 27. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. Chosen one. This truth is simple, yet profound. You were created with the capacity to hear Him. His voice is not a mystery reserved for a few. It is your inheritance. The problem is not access, but recognition. Just as a child learns the sound of a parent's footsteps, you are learning the sound of your shepherd's voice. Think about the noise around you. The world shouts with endless demands. Culture says one thing. Fear says another. Ambition pulls in a different direction, while doubt whispers louder than them all. These voices blend together like a chaotic crowd at a marketplace. But in the middle of that noise, there is a voice that is steady, calm, unchanging. It does not demand attention with volume, it captures attention with resonance. When you hear it, your spirit knows. This is the one. Learning to follow that voice often means unlearning the noise. Silence is a skill. In the stillness of your soul, you begin to discern. Sometimes it feels like clarity rising. Other times, like conviction pressing. At times it is comfort. Other times it is correction. His voice will never flatter your ego, but it will always anchor your soul. Consider Elijah on the mountain. He looked for God in the earthquake, in the fire, in the wind. But God's presence came in the gentle whisper. That whisper is the same today. It comes not to overwhelm, but to invite. It requires you to lean in, to slow down, to listen carefully. You have also discovered that His voice is consistent with His word. He never contradicts Himself. The whispers in your spirit always align with the eternal truths already written. That is how you test what you hear. If the thought brings peace, if it draws you closer to holiness, if it confirms Scripture, then it is Him. If it condemns, confuses, or pulls you toward destruction, then it is not His voice, but an imitation. Think of a musician tuning an instrument. At first, the strings are off-key, dissonant, uncomfortable, but as the tuner adjusts, the sound aligns. Eventually, harmony is restored. In the same way, learning to hear God is like tuning your heart. At first it is messy. You confuse your own thoughts with His. But over time, as you practice, your heart aligns with His frequency, and recognition becomes natural. There is also this truth. God's voice often comes in ordinary moments. You expected thunder, but it arrived as a gentle reminder. You looked for visions, but it came as a quiet impression. You thought it required great rituals, but it met you in simple obedience. The extraordinary often hides in the ordinary, and yet, following His voice is rarely convenient. It may call you to leave behind what is comfortable. It may nudge you to forgive when you would rather hold grudges. It may push you to take risks when fear demands safety. But every time you obey, you discover the wisdom of His leading. Obedience is the proof of recognition. Remember Abraham. He heard the call to leave his homeland, his family, his security, He followed without knowing the destination. That is the nature of God's voice. It often provides direction without details. It gives a step, not a map. It requires trust more than strategy. But when you follow, you find that each step reveals the next, and the journey unfolds with divine precision. Learning to recognize God's voice also teaches you patience. He does not rush answers, nor does he shout over chaos. Sometimes he waits until your heart is quiet enough to hear. This waiting is not cruelty, but training. It sharpens your ability to discern. It forces you to value his whisper above your own noise. Think of a mother bird teaching her chicks. She calls softly at first, and the chicks must learn her sound. Surrounded by other birds and endless noises, they eventually learn to pick out her tone. That recognition ensures their safety. In the same way, your survival is tied to your ability to know his call. Chosen one. Understand this. His voice is not distant. It is not reserved for saints long gone. It is near, present, and available to you now. It is not a question of if he speaks, but if you are listening. So take courage in this truth. You are learning. Every misstep, every confusion, every false start has not disqualified you. It has trained you. With each attempt, you grow more sensitive. With each moment of stillness, you tune closer to his frequency. There will come a day when you no longer second guess, when his voice rings so clearly that obedience is instinctive. Until then, embrace the process. Treasure the whispers. Lean into the silence, because in that whisper lies your guidance, your safety, your destiny. And when the crowd grows loud, when fear shouts, when doubt presses in, return to the promise. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. That is not just scripture, it is your reality. And so, let your heart rest. You are not wandering without guidance, you are being led. Even when the path feels unclear, even when silence stretches long, the shepherd's voice will find you. It has always found you. Each day you are tuning closer. Each step you are learning faster. And each moment of stillness you are hearing clearer. The voice that called you before birth is the same voice that calls you now. Trust it. Follow it. For in following, you will discover not only direction, but destiny. Restoration is one of the deepest themes woven through your journey. For so long, you thought loss was final, that what was taken could never return, that what slipped through your hands was gone forever. You mourned dreams that withered, relationships that fractured, opportunities that seemed buried. Yet in the heart of God, nothing is wasted. What is surrendered in tears can return in glory. What is broken in pain can be rebuilt in strength. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 23, verse 3, He restores my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Chosen one. Notice the promise. He restores. Restoration is not just repair. Repair fixes what is broken. But restoration brings back what was lost. Often, in greater measure. It is the difference between mending a torn garment and weaving a new one that is stronger, more beautiful, more enduring. Think of a field scorched by fire. For a season, it looks barren, lifeless, hopeless. But beneath the ashes, seeds are waiting. When the rains come, new growth emerges, not the same as before, but richer, greener, more resilient. That is how God restores. He does not simply return what was lost. He transforms the very ground of loss into fertile soil for abundance. Consider Job, who lost everything in a storm of tragedy: family, wealth, health. For a season, it seemed like devastation was the end of his story. But restoration came. And not just in equal measure. Job received double for what was lost. His story declares that suffering is not the period, it is only a comma. The sentence continues. And restoration writes the next lines. You, too, have walked through fire. You have buried dreams, relationships, and even parts of yourself you thought were gone for good. But hear this, God restores. He restores years eaten by locusts, joy stolen by grief, hope buried under disappointment. He does not restore because you earned it. He restores because it is His nature. Restoration often begins in places you least expect. Sometimes it is not about what returns outwardly, but what revives inwardly. The restoration of peace after chaos, the restoration of laughter after mourning, the restoration of trust after betrayal. These invisible restorations are often more precious than material ones. They heal the core of your being and prepare you to carry greater blessings. Picture a broken vase in the hands of a master craftsman. Anyone else would sweep it away as worthless shards. But the craftsman sees potential. He gathers the fragments, not hiding the cracks, but filling them with gold. The result is not only restored, but made more beautiful than before. This is the way of God. Your cracks are not covered in shame. They are filled with glory. Your story shines precisely because of what was once broken. Restoration also carries timing. It rarely arrives when you demand it. There is a rhythm, a season for everything under heaven. Sometimes you must sit in the ashes longer than you wish. Sometimes the field looks barren far too long. But when the season shifts, restoration bursts forth suddenly, like blossoms covering branches overnight. Delay does not mean denial, it means preparation. Remember Joseph. He was stripped, betrayed, imprisoned, forgotten. For years it looked like restoration would never come. But in one day, everything shifted. From dungeon to palace, from prisoner to ruler. Restoration often comes in sudden turns, catching you by surprise. That is why you must never despair completely, even at your lowest. Restoration is waiting on the horizon. Chosen one. You must also see that restoration is often greater than the original. What you lost may not return in the same form, but what God gives will surpass it. The relationship that broke may not be the one He restores, but the love you experience later will be deeper, healthier, sacred. The opportunity you missed may not reopen, but the doors ahead will lead to places beyond what you imagined. Restoration is not about repeating the past. It is about transforming it into something new. Think of a tree struck by lightning. The trunk splits, branches burn, leaves scatter. For a time it looks finished, but slowly, green shoots appear from the wound. Years later, the scar remains, but the tree is larger, stronger, and provides even more shade than before. That scar tells a story not of defeat, but of restoration. Your life is the same. Scars remain. Memories linger. But they do not define the end. They become markers of the journey, signs of survival, testimonies of restoration. Restoration is not always visible to the world. Sometimes only you know the depth of what God rebuilt inside. The joy you carry now feels simple to others, but you know it is a miracle after years of emptiness. The courage you display may look ordinary to strangers, but you know it was restored after fear nearly silenced you. The light in your eyes is not natural, it is restoration shining through. Chosen one, let your heart breathe in this truth. Nothing is too broken for God to restore. Not the years wasted, not the mistakes made, not the dreams buried. He restores, not because of your perfection, but because of His promise. He restores not by rewinding time, but by redeeming it. Every lost piece can become part of a greater story, and as you receive restoration, you also become a restorer. Out of your healed places, you speak life to the broken. Out of your recovered hope, you inspire the hopeless. Out of your restored joy, you bring laughter to others. Restoration is never just for you, it is for everyone your life will touch. So when you look at your scars, do not hide them. Show them as proof. They say, I was broken, but I was healed. I was lost, but I was found. I was crushed, but I was restored. Your testimony will become the seed of restoration for others. The crown you now carry is proof that restoration is not a theory, it is reality. You are walking evidence that ashes can become beauty, that mourning can turn into dancing, that emptiness can overflow with life again. Chosen one, this is your promise. The author of your story never leaves chapters unfinished. The pages of loss are being followed by pages of restoration. The cracks in your vessel are already being filled with gold. The barren field is already preparing for rain. The ashes are already giving way to green. What you thought was the end is only the threshold. The best is not behind you, it is before you. And restoration will not only return what was lost, but multiply it. So, stand in hope. Lift your head. Open your heart. The one who restores is already at work. And soon, your story will shine as undeniable proof. Restoration is real. And it belongs to you. There comes a point when what was hidden becomes visible. For so long, you lived unseen, carrying weight in silence, misunderstood by many and underestimated by most. Yet in those hidden years, you were being prepared. What was sown in secret will now rise in public. The time of invisibility is giving way to visibility, and the rise you have been waiting for is near. The Word of God declares in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." Chosen one, light cannot stay buried. You tried to dim it. You tried to blend in. You tried to cover it because you feared rejection or envy. But light refuses to be silent. Just as the dawn cannot stop itself from rising, so your season of public rising cannot be delayed forever. Think of a candle placed beneath a bowl. For a time, the flame is covered, the room stays dim, and others assume there is no fire. But the moment the bowl is lifted, the flame leaps, lighting the entire space. That is what is happening to you. The covering is being lifted, and your light is about to spread farther than you imagined. But with visibility comes responsibility. Rising does not mean pride, it means stewardship. It means carrying your crown with humility, walking your path with reverence, and shining your light, not for applause, but for purpose. Remember David. He was anointed in secret while his brothers watched in disbelief. Afterward, he went back to shepherding. It looked ordinary, but the oil had already marked him. In time, his moment came: public recognition, national influence, the throne itself. Yet his rise was not about status, it was about serving. The same is true for you. Your rise is not a reward, it is an assignment. And when that moment arrives, when the world begins to see what heaven has always known, you will face a choice. Will you carry the light for yourself, or will you lift it high for others? That choice will define the legacy of your rise. This is why I invite you, gently and with reverence, to let this message be more than words. When you press like, it is like opening a window in a crowded house, allowing fresh air to rush in not only for you, but for everyone inside. When you share, it is like striking a match in another dark room, passing your flame so another heart can see where to walk. And when you subscribe, it is like planting your roots in fertile soil, choosing to remain where rain and light will continue to nourish your spirit season after season. Each action is not about obligation, it is about resonance. If these words stir you, then respond in the way your heart chooses. Let your response be a reflection of your gratitude, your hope, your yes to the journey unfolding before you. And here is another invitation, woven softly into this moment. Leave a comment, not because you are told, but because it is your altar. Your words become a stone laid on the path, marking this moment as sacred. Perhaps you simply write, "I see the light," or "My time has come." Whatever flows from your spirit, write it. It will not be wasted. It will echo as part of your rise. Think of a mountain climber reaching a peak after years of struggle. The climb was hidden, the effort unseen, but at the summit, the view is shared with the world. Planting a flag there does not create the mountain, it acknowledges the journey. Your comment is like that flag. It says, "I made it this far. I am rising still. Chosen one." Understand this. Public rise does not mean your struggles end. It means your story begins to inspire. The very pain you thought disqualified you becomes the authority that validates you. The tears that soaked your nights become the rivers that water others. Your cracks, your scars, your battles, they are not to be hidden, but to be revealed as proof that light shines through broken vessels. The rise is not about perfection, it is about authenticity. People are not drawn to flawless crowns, they are drawn to honest scars. And you, carrying both, will shine brighter than any mask of perfection ever could. Picture a city on a hill at night. From afar, its lights glitter, guiding travelers through the darkness. That city does not shine for itself, it shines for those still on the road. That is your rise. Your light will guide others who are still wandering, still weeping, still questioning. And that, more than recognition or applause, is the true purpose of your visibility. So let your rise be gentle, humble, radiant. Let it be a testimony, not a performance. Let it be a lamp on a stand, not hidden under fear. Let it be the fulfillment of what was always in you, now finally seen by others. And if these words resonate, let your small gestures of response, your likes, your shares, your comments, your roots planted here, be acts of alignment, acts that say, I honor this light, I carry it forward, I choose to stay connected, not because you must, but because it is beautiful when souls align with truth. Chosen one. The hidden years are not wasted. They are the foundation of your rise. And the moment has come, the world will see what heaven has long known. You are not a flicker, you are a flame. Not a shadow, you are a city on a hill. Not forgotten, you are rising. Let it be written. Let it be seen. Let it be lived. Your rise has begun. There is a mystery in the way God weaves seasons together. What looked like scattered fragments in your past begin to align into a story that makes sense only in hindsight. You thought certain moments were wasted, that mistakes cancelled your calling, that detours removed you from destiny. But slowly, like pieces of a mosaic, they come together to reveal an image more beautiful than you imagined. According to what is revealed in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Chosen one. All things means all. The victories and the failures, the joy and the heartbreak, the choices you regret and the miracles you celebrate. Nothing is wasted in the hands of the one who shapes eternity. Even the things you wish you could erase become brushstrokes on the canvas of your calling. Think of a tapestry. From the backside, it looks tangled, chaotic, messy. Threads crisscross with no apparent order. Colors clash. Knots appear. But when the tapestry is turned around, a masterpiece emerges, an image full of harmony, detail, and beauty. That is how your story looks in heaven's view. From your perspective, it felt like knots and chaos. From God's perspective, it has always been art. There were seasons you thought were detours, but they were directions. Places you thought were prisons, but they were classrooms. Wounds you thought were final, but they became wells. Even mistakes that brought shame became the very grounds for wisdom and compassion. The one who called you does not discard broken threads, he weaves them into glory. Consider Peter, who denied Jesus 3 times. That failure could have ended his story, but restored by grace, Peter became the rock upon which the early church stood. His denial did not disqualify him, it deepened his dependence. His weakness became the soil where strength grew. The same is true for you. Your lowest moments are not exits, they are foundations. Chosen one. Your life is not a straight line, it is a symphony. Some notes are soft, others loud. Some passages sound dissonant, others harmonious. But together they compose a song that only you can sing, and heaven delights in that song. Even in the parts that once sounded off-key. There is another truth here. Redemption is not about erasing the past, but about transforming it. The scars remain, but they shine with new meaning. What once was a reminder of pain becomes evidence of healing. What once was a mark of shame becomes a testimony of grace. Your scars are not stains, they are signatures, proving that you have walked with God through fire and survived. Imagine stained glass in a cathedral. Each piece on its own looks jagged, broken, insignificant. But when joined together, when light shines through, They form images of breathtaking beauty. That is your story. Broken pieces joined by grace, illuminated by God's light, telling a story more powerful than perfection ever could. This truth frees you from regret. You no longer need to wish the past away. You no longer need to despise what happened. Even what was meant for harm has been turned for good. Even what was stolen will be restored in ways you cannot yet see. Even the time you thought was wasted will be redeemed. Remember Joseph's words to his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good." That declaration is yours as well. Every betrayal, every loss, every dark night, they all bend under the weight of God's purpose until they serve your destiny. Chosen one, do not despise the messy threads. They are part of the masterpiece. Do not hide the broken pieces. They are part of the stained glass. Do not silence the dissonant notes. They are part of the symphony. Nothing is wasted, and nothing is beyond redemption. This perspective also changes how you view the present. Instead of panicking when things seem out of control, you remember, this too will be woven. Instead of fearing mistakes, you trust. Even if I stumble, grace will transform it. Instead of despising delays, you whisper, perhaps this is not a detour, but part of the design. Think of a potter at the wheel. The clay wobbles, collapses, misshapes. But the potter does not throw it away. He reshapes it, presses it, reforms it until the vessel takes the form he desires. That is what God does with you. Even when you collapse, He does not discard you. He reshapes you until His design shines through. Chosen one, your calling is not fragile. It does not shatter because of one mistake. It does not vanish because of one season of silence. It does not dissolve because of one wrong turn. Your calling is anchored in eternity, and eternity cannot be erased by time. Carry this truth with you. Your story is safe in His hands. Every thread, every scar, every note, every piece, it is all being woven, healed, zung, and joined into something eternal. You may not see the full picture yet, but one day you will, and on that day you will understand why none of it was wasted. Until then, walk with confidence, live without regret, trust the weaver, the composer, the potter. He is not finished with you yet, and when He is, your life will shine as undeniable proof that everything, yes, everything was working together for your good. There is a sacred weight that rests on the shoulders of those who have endured. It is not the weight of sorrow anymore, though sorrow shaped it. It is not the burden of shame, though shame tried to cling to it. It is the weight of glory, an unseen mantle that comes only through fire, only through pressing, only through years of waiting. You carry it now, even if you feel unworthy. The Apostle writes in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 3, verse 18, "And we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into His image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit." Chosen one, glory is not a decoration. It is not a glow for admiration. Glory is transformation. It is the invisible change that happens when you look into His face and refuse to turn away. You are not who you were 10 years ago, 5 years ago, or even yesterday. Glory has been pressing into you quietly. Like sunlight on stone, reshaping you without your notice, until suddenly you realize you shine differently now. Think of a coal buried in darkness, under pressure, under heat. It becomes a diamond, not overnight, but over time. What emerges is not just harder than before, it reflects light in ways coal never could. That is what God has been doing in you. The crushing did not destroy you. It revealed what was always hidden inside. There were times you resisted the process. You begged for relief, for shortcuts, for escape. Yet glory cannot be rushed. It is forged slowly, deliberately, like wine pressed from grapes. The pressing squeezes out what cannot remain, leaving behind only what is pure, enduring, eternal. Remember Moses when he came down from the mountain? His face shone with reflected glory, so much that people were afraid to look at him. He had not sought the glow, he had sought God. The glow was simply the result. In the same way, the weight of glory on you is not something you pursued, it is something that clings to those who endure in His presence. Glory is not loud, but it is undeniable. Others may not understand why your presence feels different, why your words pierce deeper, why your silence carries weight. It is because glory rests on you. You did not earn it. It is evidence of transformation. Consider clay jars used in ancient times. On the outside, they looked ordinary, fragile, even unimpressive. But inside, they carried treasure oil, grain, wine. Paul reminds us that we, too, are jars of clay, carrying treasure beyond ourselves. The cracks in your jar, the scars of your journey, do not disqualify you. In fact, they allow the treasure to shine brighter, because the glory within cannot be contained. Chosen one, do not fear the weight you carry. It is not meant to crush you, but to anchor you. Glory grounds you in humility because you know it did not come from you. It reminds you that survival was grace, transformation was mercy, and endurance was miracle. Glory also carries responsibility. It is not meant to be hidden or hoarded. It is meant to be revealed. Just as light cannot stay under a bowl, glory cannot stay buried. When you step into rooms, atmospheres shift. When you pray, chains loosen. When you speak, walls tremble, not because of you, but because of the weight you carry. And yet, the weight of glory is also gentle. It does not shout, it whispers. It does not boast, it humbles. It does not seek recognition, it points beyond itself. You carry it not to draw eyes to you, but to direct eyes to Him. Picture a tree in late autumn. Its branches are bare, stripped of leaves. Yet golden light rests on it as the sun sets. The tree itself is ordinary, even empty. But the glory of the sun transforms its appearance. That is your life. You may feel bare, stripped, even ordinary, but the glory of God rests on you, and it makes you radiant in ways you cannot see. This is why your journey mattered. Every trial, every waiting season, every crushing moment was not wasted. It was preparing you to carry what you carry now. Without the fire, there is no gold. Without the pressing, there is no oil. Without the breaking, there is no glory. And here lies the paradox. The weight you carry is invisible to many, but it is undeniable to those with eyes to see. Some will sense it, and not understand why they feel peace in your presence. Others will resist it because glory confronts what is false. Still, others will be drawn to it because they are thirsty for what you now overflow with. Do not minimize it. Do not apologize for it. Do not try to hide it to make others comfortable. The mantle of glory was placed on you for a reason. Walk with it gently, but walk with it boldly. Chosen one. Glory is both crown and cross. It elevates you, but it also requires you. It brings influence, but it demands humility. It shines through you, but it never belongs to you. This balance will keep you steady. When people admire you, remember, it is not you. It is Him. When people reject you, remember the glory on you cannot be erased. Lift your eyes now. See what you carry. Not chains, not shame, not weakness, but glory. Invisible, yet weighty. Silent, yet undeniable. Fragile in your jar of clay, yet eternal in its source. You may not feel it every day, but it is there, in your resilience, in your compassion, in your prayers, in your scars. It is there, and it will continue to increase, not because of your striving, but because of His Spirit. Chosen one, never forget, you are being transformed from glory to glory. You have not reached the end. You are still ascending. Each season presses more, shapes more, purifies more, and with every step, your light grows brighter, your presence heavier, your story deeper. So carry this weight with reverence. Carry it with courage. Carry it with humility. For the mantle on your life is no ordinary thing. It is the very evidence of heaven resting upon you. There are thresholds in your journey, moments where one step shifts everything. You have walked through many doors, some closing behind you, some opening into new chapters. But now, chosen one, you stand before a threshold unlike the others. This one does not simply lead to another season, it leads to transformation. The prophet wrote in the scroll of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 9, "The glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former house, says the Lord Almighty, and in this place I will grant peace." Chosen one, this word is for you. The glory ahead is greater than the glory behind. What is coming is not just restoration, it is elevation. What lies before you is not just healing, it is transformation. The threshold you now face is not about returning to what was lost, but stepping into what has never been. Picture an ancient gate. For years it stood locked, iron rusting, wood weathered. You often passed by it, wondering if it would ever open. You pressed your hands against it in prayer, whispered through its cracks, waited by its frame. For so long it seemed silent, unyielding. But now the hinges are shifting, the locks are loosening, and the gate is creaking open. This is your threshold. But here is the truth. Thresholds demand decision. They are not crossed by accident. They require courage, faith, and yes, surrender. You cannot carry everything with you. Some baggage must stay behind. Some contracts must be torn. Some identities must be released. To step through this threshold is to walk lighter, freer, bolder. Think of Israel standing at the edge of the Jordan. Behind them lay wilderness. Before them lay promise. The river was their threshold. To cross it meant leaving behind years of wandering, years of manna, years of circling. It also meant entering battles, responsibility, inheritance. The threshold was both invitation and challenge, and when they stepped in, the waters parted, and a new chapter began. That is where you are now. You cannot remain on the edge forever. To linger is to stagnate. To cross is to live. The choice is before you, and heaven is watching. And so, as a prophetic act, I invite you to declare your crossing. Comment the number 888. Why this number? Because it symbolizes new beginnings, overflowing grace, and resurrection, life. When you type 888, you are saying, I step through the threshold. I leave behind what held me. I embrace the greater glory ahead. It is not superstition, it is surrender. It is you aligning your choice with heaven's call. Do not underestimate the power of such a declaration. In the unseen realm, numbers often carry prophetic weight. Just as 7 spoke of completion, so 8 speaks of new creation. And 888 resounds like a trumpet blast, finality behind, newness ahead, fullness overflowing. Imagine a bridge spanning a deep chasm. For years, you stood on one side, staring at the distance, wondering if you could ever cross. But when you declare 888, it is as if your foot steps onto the bridge. The planks hold, the ropes tighten, and suddenly you realize you are moving forward. Chosen one. Thresholds are not crossed by the comfortable, they are crossed by the courageous. You cannot wait until fear vanishes. You must walk through trembling. You cannot wait until clarity is total. You must step with partial sight. Faith is not about seeing the whole road. It is about trusting the next step. And here is the beauty. You do not cross alone. The same God who parted the Red Sea, who stilled the Jordan, who rolled away the stone, walks with you. His presence goes before you. His spirit surrounds you. His angels guard behind you. The threshold may feel daunting, but heaven is escorting you across. This is why your past could not destroy you. This is why your enemies failed. This is why the delays did not cancel your destiny. Because the threshold was always waiting, and God Himself was reserving it for this exact moment. Think of a seed breaking its shell. That crack is a threshold. It cannot go back to being only a seed. It must become more. That is your life now. You cannot return to the shell of who you once were. You must break forth into the new, no matter how unfamiliar. Chosen one. The greater glory is ahead. The threshold is here. The decision is yours. Will you step? Will you leave behind? Will you embrace the new? If your spirit says yes, then let it be written in your declaration. Type 888 below. Let it echo as your step forward. Your threshold crossed. Your new beginning sealed. For soon, you will look back at this moment not as another word you heard, but as the day everything shifted, the day the gate opened, the day the threshold was crossed, the day you chose newness over nostalgia, promise over past, destiny over delay. Chosen one. The glory of the present will indeed be greater than the former, and peace will meet you on the other side. And when you step through, do not be surprised if the path feels unfamiliar. New beginnings rarely look like old roads. The terrain may seem strange. The responsibilities heavier, the silence different. But this is not a sign of danger. It is the proof that you are in new territory. The former ways cannot guide you here. Only His voice can. Think of a traveler stepping off a boat onto fresh soil. The air smells new. The ground feels different beneath their feet. That first step is both trembling and thrilling. So it will be with you, both unfamiliar and undeniable. Some seasons of your life were marked by silence, so deep it felt like abandonment. You prayed, and the heavens seemed brass. You cried, and no echo returned. You begged for signs, for answers, for direction, and all you received was stillness. Those were not wasted seasons, they were sacred. In silence, God was not absent. He was shaping you in ways noise never could. The Word of God declares in the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verse 26, "It is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord." Chosen one. Silence teaches what words cannot. It is in stillness that the roots of your faith drive deepest. Nois entretien. But silence refines. You thought God had turned His face, but in truth, He was closer than ever, training you to recognize His presence not by sound, but by essence. Think of an archer pulling back a bow. The arrow rests in stillness, tense, silent, waiting. No sound comes as the string stretches, but in that silence lies power, and the moment release comes. The arrow flies further because of the pause. That is your life. The silence was the pullback, the tension, the waiting. The flight is yet to come. Silence is also a mirror. In the absence of external voices, you were forced to face your own. Old lees surfaced. Hidden fears emerged. Buried wounds reopened. It was uncomfortable, but necessary. Like a surgeon uncovering infection before healing, silence exposed what needed attention. It stripped away pretense, revealing truth. Consider Elijah in the cave. He had seen fire, wind, earthquake, but the voice of God did not come in any of those. It came in the gentle whisper. To hear it, Elijah had to stand still. To recognize it, he had to lean past the noise. That same gentle whisper has been speaking to you in your silences. You may not have realized it at the time, but those sleepless nights where your heart ached were the very classrooms of heaven. They taught you resilience when comfort failed. They taught you dependence when people vanished. They taught you discernment when every other voice fell away. Silence became your teacher, and though harsh, it was faithful. Think of a seed buried underground. The earth above it is heavy, pressing, suffocating. No sound reaches it. No sunlight touches it. It seems forgotten, yet in that silence, the seed cracks open. Life stirs. Roots push down. Growth begins. And one day, green shoots break through the soil. That is what silence has done in you. It cracked open your shell, birthed roots, and prepared you for emergence. Chosen one. Silence is not empty, it is full of hidden activity, invisible shaping, quiet miracles. While you thought nothing was happening, heaven was busy. Angels stood hard. Destiny was being aligned. Strength was being forged. Your faith was being purified. The silence also taught you patience, not passive waiting, but active trust. The kind of patience that no longer demands immediate answers, but rests in the character of God. The patience that whispers, "Even if I do not hear today, I know He is still working." That kind of patience has become your anchor. And now, when you enter noisy seasons again, you will carry silence within you. You will not be shaken by every sound, every opinion, every distraction. You will have an inner stillness that grounds you, a calm that storms cannot steal. That calm is the gift silence has given you. Picture a lake at dawn. Mist hovers, water still, surface smooth. Beneath the calm lies depth, unseen but real. That is your soul now, calm on the surface, deep within. Storms may rage around you, but the stillness within cannot be broken, for it was forged in silence. Do not despise the seasons where God seemed quiet. They were some of the most important chapters of your journey. Without them, your faith would remain shallow, dependent only on feelings. With them, your faith became deep, anchored, unshakable. Remember, even Jesus experienced silence. Hanging on the cross, He cried, "My God, why have you forsaken me?" Heaven was quiet, yet in that silence, salvation was unfolding. What looked like abandonment was in fact the greatest act of love. If silence held meaning even there, then surely your silences were not wasted. Chosen one, embrace the silence that shaped you. It has made you sensitive to whispers, patient in waiting, steady in storms, and anchored in trust. It has deepened your roots and purified your faith. It was not God's absence, it was His artistry. So, walk forward now with confidence. You carry within you the treasure of silence, a stillness that no noise can corrupt, a patience that no delay can erode, a depth that no storm can shake. And when others around you panic at silence, you will smile. You will remember your own caves, your own nights, your own seasons. You will know what they do. Not yet understand that silence is never empty when God is present. Chosen one, let your heart rest. The silence was never abandonment. It was preparation. And now, with that preparation complete, you are ready for the next sound, the sound of release, the sound of destiny calling your name. And when that sound comes, you will recognize it immediately. The long silence trained your ears. You will not mistake His whisper for another's voice, nor confuse noise with direction. What once felt like frustration has become discernment, and discernment will guide you safely across the paths ahead. So hold the silence as a treasure, not a punishment. Let it remind you of the hidden seasons where heaven worked beneath the surface. For even when words were absent, presence was near. And now, the stillness you carry will become your strength, your compass, and your secret place of rest. Every story eventually reaches a turning point, a chapter where survival gives way to significance, where hidden preparation gives way to public impact. Chosen one, you are arriving at such a chapter now. The years of pressing, the seasons of silence, the wilderness you thought endless, all of it has been leading to this moment. Not just a moment for yourself, but a moment that will ripple outward into lives you may never meet. The Apostle Paul reminds us in his letter to the Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Harvest is never only about the seed sower. Yes, the one who planted eats, but so do many others. In the same way, the harvest of your endurance, faith, and obedience will feed multitudes beyond you. What you carry is not just for you, it is for others. And this is why your rise must be seen, why your story must be shared. Think of a lantern hidden in a drawer. It may glow faintly, but its light benefits no one until it is lifted. The moment it is placed on a stand, others in the dark are able to see. That is you now. Your light is ready to be lifted, not for applause, but for illumination. And here is the beauty of shared light. It multiplies. When you press like, it is as if you breathe on a spark, fanning it into flame. The warmth that touched you begins to glow brighter, reaching farther. When you share, it is like tossing a pebble into still water. The ripples spread far beyond the point of impact, touching shores you cannot see. Someone scrolling in silence, lost in despair, might feel the ripple and realize, this word is for me. And when you subscribe, it is like pitching your tent beside a well in the desert. You choose to remain near a source that refreshes, so you can return whenever the journey grows dry. These acts are not requirements. They are invitations. They are symbols of how you honor the light that found you. And when you respond, not out of pressure, but out of resonance, you become part of a movement bigger than yourself. Think of seeds again. A single seed seems small, but when planted, it multiplies into a tree, bearing fruit for generations. Your simple response, a like, a share, a comment, a decision to stay connected, is a seed. And that seed may grow into harvest in the life of someone who right now is starving for hope. Chosen one. Let this sink deeply. Your participation matters, not because anyone demands it, but because heaven delights in multiplied light. Picture a choir. One voice sings, and the song is beautiful. But when another joins, and another, the harmony grows fuller, richer, more powerful. That is what happens when you add your voice, your action, your agreement. You are not just a listener, you are part of the song. And your rise now is not only about endurance rewarded, it is about responsibility embraced. You are becoming a carrier of hope, a bearer of light, a steward of truth. Your crown is not ornamental, it is functional. It shines so others can see. This is why I ask gently, if this word resonates, let your response be a reflection of gratitude. Press like as if laying a stone on an altar. Share as if passing a torch to a traveler lost on the path. Subscribe as if building your house beside a stream that will never run dry. These are not commands, they are invitations to align with what your heart already feels. Think of it this way. Every time you respond, you are writing your amen in the story. You are saying, this touched me. I agree. I will carry it forward. That agreement does not just echo on a screen, it reverberates in the unseen, marking your spirit as one who recognizes truth and chooses to honor it. Chosen one, you are stepping into harvest. What you sowed in tears, you will now reap in joy. What you endured in silence, you will now see bear fruit. What you carried in hiddenness, you will now share with the world. But do not forget, harvest is not about hoarding. It is about feeding. What you receive, you pass on. What you harvest, you share. That is why your light, your testimony, your actions matter more than you know. Imagine a lighthouse again. Ships, far sea, tossed by waves. See its glow and know where the shore is. The lighthouse does not chase ships. It simply shines. But its shining saves lives. That is you. And every time you respond to words like these, you help strengthen the light, ensuring it shines brighter and farther for those still lost in storms. So let your rise not be quiet. Let it ripple outward. Let your small gestures, your likes, your shares, your decision to remain connected become beams of light reaching places your feet will never go. The harvest is ready. The time has come. And you, chosen one, are part of the rising song, the spreading light, the multiplied flame, and when you look back, you will see that it was never just about you, the light you carried quietly, the endurance you held onto in private, the scars you thought were only yours. All of it became nourishment for others. Every step of obedience became seed. Every word of faith became ripple. Every moment of perseverance became flame. And what once felt small now echoes wide. Chosen one. Your harvest is not only for your hands but for countless others who will taste and live because you chose to rise and shine. There is a fire inside you that trials could not extinguish. Every storm tried to drown it. Every night tried to smother it. Every voice of doubt tried to silence it. But the fire still burns. And not only burns, it grows brighter. Chosen one. You have discovered the unshakable truth. Nothing can put out the flame that heaven lit in you. The prophet Jeremiah once confessed in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 20, verse 9, "But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name, his word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." This fire is not ordinary passion. It is not simple motivation. It is the Spirit Himself burning within you, reminding you that you were never meant to be silent, never meant to be hidden, never meant to bow to fear. It is a fire that purifies, a fire that illuminates, a fire that empowers. Think of a torch carried through a dark cavern. Each step reveals jagged rocks, hidden paths, dangers unseen. Without the flame, the journey is impossible, but with it, every shadow retreats. That is what the fire of God in you does. It lights your steps, pushes back darkness, and reveals the way. This fire is also contagious. When you speak, when you act, when you shine, sparks leap into the lives of others. They may come cold, weary, hopeless, but your flame warms them, ignites them, and awakens what was asleep inside. You do not realize how many lives your fire has already touched, even in your weakness. But fire must be fed. A neglected flame dwindles, not because it loses power, but because it is not given fuel. You fuel your fire with prayer, with worship, with the word, with obedience. Every moment you choose truth over lies, light over shadow, faith over fear. You add wood to the flame. Chosen one. There will always be voices telling you to quiet down, to shrink back, to extinguish your flame. But you cannot. You were not made to live without fire. You were not formed to blend into darkness. You were created to burn, to glow, to shine in places that thought they would never see light. Picture a lighthouse at the edge of a stormy sea. The waves crash, winds howl, rain lashes, yet its flame never falters. It does not apologize for shining, nor does it worry about who notices. It simply fulfills its purpose: to shine, to guide, to save. That is your calling. And now, chosen one, I ask you to take a step of declaration. Do not let this fire be only inward. Let it be outward. Let your voice echo the truth of who you are. Comment the phrase, "I burn bright." 3 words. Simple, but mighty. They are not just a caption, they are a covenant. They say, no matter the storm, I refuse to dim. No matter the rejection, I refuse to hide. No matter the fear, I refuse to go silent. I burn bright. And when you write this, you are testifying not only to yourself, but also to the unseen realm. You are declaring to heaven, I accept the fire. You are declaring to darkness, I cannot be extinguished. You are declaring to others, I will shine, and my light will ignite you too. And think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the furnace. The flames that should have destroyed them became the place where God walked with them. Their fire did not consume it, revealed. That is your testimony as well. You are not destroyed in fire, you are revealed in it. So do not hide, do not apologize, do not diminish the flame you carry to make others comfortable. The world is darker than ever, and your fire is needed more than ever. Shine in your home, in your work, in your silence, in your words. Shine when celebrated, and shine when ignored. Shine, because it is who you are. And every time you feel weary, return to this declaration, I burn bright. Let it fuel you again. Let it steady your resolve. Let it remind you that the flame inside you is eternal, not fragile. Chosen one, your fire is both weapon and witness. It terrifies shadows, and it comforts the broken. It proves you are alive, chosen, and unstoppable. Feed it, protect it, carry it boldly, because through you, others will find their flame too. You are not just a spark, you are a torch. You are not just a flicker, you are a beacon. You are not just one light, you are part of a greater blaze. Heaven is igniting across the earth. So write it, speak it, live it. I burn bright, and let your fire shine until every shadow knows your name, until every life near you feels its warmth, until every part of your destiny is lit with its glow. And remember, fire always attracts attention. Some will gather to its warmth, others may fear its glow, and still others may try to smother it. But the nature of fire is this: it cannot deny itself. It must burn. That is why your declaration, I burn bright, is not wishful thinking, it is truth. Think of a bonfire on a cold night. People who once sat in isolation begin to draw near. They extend their hands. They find comfort. They begin to laugh again. Your life, lit by God's flame, works the same way. Without effort, without striving, you draw others into hope. Chosen one, do not shrink from this calling. The fire in you is not for destruction, but for restoration. It will mark you, guide you, and prove that your story was never ordinary. It was divine. There are rivers that run beneath the surface, unseen by human eyes. While the land above looks dry and barren, those hidden streams nourish roots, sustain life, and prepare for seasons of growth that no one expects. Your journey has been much the same. Even when everything outward looked empty, God's hidden streams sustained you. What you could not see was still carrying you forward. The psalmist declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 4, "There is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy place where the Most High dwells, chosen one." Rivers symbolize supply. They flow without asking for permission, and they move in directions no man can fully control. They carry freshness, strength, and renewal. So it is with the Spirit in your life. Even in your desert seasons, there was a river beneath the ground of your soul, keeping you alive when you thought you were dry. Think of an oasis hidden in the desert, a weary traveler, parched and stumbling, expects only sand and sun. Yet in the distance, palm trees rise, fed by underground waters. The desert is real, but the oasis is also real. That oasis is God's provision, showing up when logic says there should be none. Many times you felt like the traveler, convinced you would collapse. And then provision appeared. Not abundance, but enough. Not luxury, but life. That was the river carrying you. This river has carried saints across generations. Elijah drank from a brook, while famine scorched the land. Israel drank from water that flowed from a rock in the wilderness. Hagar, vaping in despair, saw a well suddenly revealed before her eyes. These are not stories of coincidence. They are reminders that rivers always exist for those chosen to endure. Your hidden river is not only about survival, it is about joy. Notice the psalmist said the streams make glad the city of God. Joy does not come from circumstances, it comes from the stream. This is why even in your hardest nights, you sometimes found laughter breaking through tears, peace interrupting panic, hope interrupting despair. That was the river, flowing beneath the surface. Picture tree roots stretching deep into the soil. Rain has not fallen for weeks, yet the tree still stands green, still bears fruit. Why? Because its roots touch hidden streams. That is you. Others may look at your life and wonder how you are still standing, how you are still giving, how you are still loving. The answer is simple. Your roots reach the hidden river, chosen one. The enemy tried to convince you the river had dried up. He whispered that you were abandoned, that God's supply had ended, that you would wither away. But the truth is, the river never left. It was unseen. Yes, but it was always flowing. What kept you alive through battles that should have killed you was not your strength, it was the river. And this river is not stagnant, it is living, it refreshed daily. You cannot store it in jars or bottles. You must return again and again. This is why prayer and presence matter so much. They are not duties. They are your way of dipping into the stream. Each time you pray, each time you worship, each time you sit in stillness, you are drinking again. Consider how rivers carve landscapes. Over years, even centuries, they shape valleys, create canyons, smooth stones, slowly, consistently, silently. the Spirit has done the same in you. The river flowing through your life has shaped your character, smoothed your rough edges, and carved depth into your soul. Others may see only the surface, but heaven sees the canyon formed by years of flowing grace. And here lies another mystery. Rivers carry not only water, but also movement. They never stay still. They lead somewhere. The river in your life is carrying you toward destiny. Sometimes the current feels gentle. Other times it feels swift. Sometimes you drift peacefully. Other times you fight to stay afloat. But the current has always been pulling you in the right direction, even when you did not realize it. Think of a boat on a river. The passengers may rest, eat, talk, even sleep. They may not notice the movement, but the river carries them forward regardless. That is your journey, even when you felt stuck. The river was moving you. Even when you thought nothing was happening, the current was at work. Chosen one, your river is not for you alone. Just as rivers nourish fields, fill wells, and sustain villages, your life will refresh others. The supply that kept you alive will flow outward. Your peace will calm others. Your joy will lift others. Your story will water dry hearts. The river in you will become a river through you. This is why you cannot give up. To give up would be to stop drinking, to stop flowing, to stop letting the river do what it was made to do. But you are still here. And because you are still here, the river still flows. Lift your eyes and see it now. The desert around you is not the end. Streams are breaking forth. Pools are forming in wastelands. Springs are bubbling up where none existed before. The God who promised rivers in dry places has not changed. His supply has not ended. His stream has not run dry. Chosen one, you are not dry. You are not forgotten. You are not without supply. Beneath your surface, rivers flow around your feet. Streams break forth within your spirit. Joy rises, and ahead of you, greater waters await. So step with confidence into what comes next. You do not walk alone, nor do you walk empty. The same river that carried you this far will carry you further still. For there is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, and that river runs through you. There are battles you fought that no one else ever saw, wounds you carried beneath your smile, prayers whispered into pillows stained with tears, decisions wrestled through in the quiet when others slept. These unseen battles shaped you more deeply than the visible ones. For it is not the victories the world applauds that transform the soul most, but the secret struggles that strip away every illusion and leave only truth. The Word of God reminds us in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 2-4. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. Chosen one, notice carefully, the testing of faith is not for destruction, but for completion. Trials do not come to diminish you, but to forge you into wholeness. Each hidden battle you endured has been chiseling, shaping, refining, until what remains is a soul anchored and unshakable. Think of a blacksmith shaping steel. The hammering looks harsh. The fire feels unbearable. The sparks fly in every direction. Yet without that process, the metal remains brittle, weak, easily broken. In the same way, your battles, the ones no one else applauded or even knew about, have forged strength in you that no outward recognition could ever produce. There were nights when your mind waged war against itself. Lies pressed hard. Fear whispered louder than truth. Shame replayed its tapes on endless loop. You wondered if you were losing, yet even in those moments, you kept breathing, kept whispering prayers, kept refusing to give up. That persistence was not small, it was victory. Consider David before he ever faced Goliath, alone in the fields. He fought lions and bears. No crowds cheered. No songs were sung. But those secret battles prepared him for the day when all of Israel would watch him stand before a giant. Without the hidden fights, the public victory would have been impossible. The same is true for you, chosen one. Do not despise the scars of secret wars. They are proof that you survived where others might have fallen. They are the silent medals heaven placed on your chest, unseen by men, but honored by angels. They remind you that faith is not built in applause, but in perseverance. Picture a tree struck by lightning. The outer bark is scarred, but deep inside, new growth continues. Years later, the scar remains, but the tree stands taller, its roots deeper, its branches wider. That is what your unseen battles have done. They left marks, yes, but they also left depth, resilience, and testimony. And here lies the paradox. The battles you hid are the ones that now give you authority. When someone comes to you in despair, it is not your polished victories that comfort them. It is your scars. It is the honesty of saying, "I've been there too." It is the authenticity of showing that survival is possible, that perseverance is worth it. Do not underestimate this gift. Many crave public platforms, but heaven values secret endurance. Many chase recognition, but God crowns resilience. Your hidden victories have made you a trustworthy vessel, one who can carry glory without crumbling, one who can minister healing without arrogance. Think of a pearl again. Its beauty is formed in irritation, in layers added slowly over time, around a wound. No one saw the process, but everyone marvels at the result. That is you. Your beauty was formed in pressure, in persistence, in unseen endurance. Chosen one. You may still feel the ache of battles fought in silence, but know this, not one was wasted. Every tear watered the soil of your destiny. Every prayer carved pathways for breakthrough. Every scar became an entry point for light to shine. This is why you now stand different. Others may not see the battles behind your eyes, but they sense the weight in your presence. You carry authority, born not of ease, but of endurance. And that authority cannot be faked, it must be forged. Remember Jesus in Gethsemane, alone, sweating drops of blood, pleading with the Father. That battle was unseen by the disciples who slept nearby, but it was the turning point of history. Without that hidden victory, the cross would not have been endured. Likewise, your private wars have shifted more than you realize. So walk now with honor in your step, not pride, but honor. For your unseen battles testify of resilience the world cannot measure. They prove you are not fragile, not forgotten, not defeated. You are forged. And when you meet others still in their hidden wars, let your scars speak. Do not hide them. show them gently, as proof that survival is real. Your honesty will be their hope. Your endurance, their encouragement. Your story, their spark. Chosen one, rejoice in this truth. You lack nothing. The testing finished its work. The perseverance carved maturity. The hidden battles birthed completeness. You are whole, not because life was easy, but because you did not give up when it was hardest. Let your scars shine as silent sermons. Let your endurance become living proof. Let your presence be a refuge for the weary, because you know what weary feels like. That is the legacy of your unseen battles. They turned you into a carrier of hope. And now, every step forward is marked by that authority. You are not simply one who survived, you are one who carries the weight of secret victories. And heaven celebrates what earth never saw. Every journey of the chosen ones carries turning points. And there are times when heaven presses pause, letting you realize, this is not coincidence. This is covenant. Right now, you are at such a moment. The seasons behind you have been fire and flood, silence and storms. But what is ahead is marked by divine acceleration. To step into it fully, you must not only believe, you must declare. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." Chosen one. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is the refusal to bow to it. Courage is stepping forward, even with trembling knees, trusting that the presence with you is stronger than the shadows before you. And declaration is the act that seals courage. Silence feeds fear. Speech fuels faith. That is why heaven always calls chosen ones not only to believe inwardly, but to declare outwardly. Think of Joshua standing before the walls of Jericho. The promise was given, but the walls still towered high. Victory did not come by weapons or by numbers, but by declaration, the sound of trumpets, the shout of obedience. Words, sound, declarations, they carry weight in the unseen. And when they align with heaven, Valsfall, your life, too, has walls, barriers of fear, rejection, loss, and doubt. But walls cannot stand forever before the one who declares with faith. Every time you open your mouth to agree with God's truth, you swing a hammer at the stones. One day, the final crack comes, and the wall collapses. This is why I call you, not with pressure, but with invitation, to step into prophetic action. Comment the number 444. This number carries meaning. 4 is the number of stability, of foundation, of corners that frame a house. To write 444 is to declare, I am establishing myself on unshakable ground. My foundation is not fear but faith, not despair but destiny, not lies but truth. It is a number that echoes covenant, structure, and divine order. Do not underestimate it. Numbers may seem simple on a screen, but in the spirit they echo like trumpets. When you type 444, you are saying to every shadow, my house is built on rock, not sand. You are aligning yourself with divine stability that no storm can tear down. Think of a builder laying stones for a new foundation. Every strike of the hammer secures the stone deeper into the earth. That is what your declaration does. Every time you align your words with truth, you drive your foundation deeper. You are saying, I will not be shaken. I will not collapse. I will not drift. I am established. And here is the beauty when you stand firm. Others find footing beside you. Your declaration does not just steady you, it steadies those connected to you. Your courage ripples into their fear. Your stability speaks into their chaos. That is how chosen ones multiply strength. Picture a lighthouse built on the edge of a cliff. Waves slam against it. Storms howl. Winds beat upon it. Yet it stands unmoved, because its foundation is deep. That lighthouse is you when you declare 444. You become a landmark of stability, a beacon of hope for those tossed at sea. Chosen one. This is not ritual, it is revelation. Numbers are not magic, they are prophetic language. Just as 12 represented tribes and 40 represented testing, so does 444 speak of grounding, order, and unshakable covenant. When you write it, you are stepping into alignment with generations of chosen ones who stood their ground and refused to bow. And it is in these small acts that great shifts occur. You may think, it's only a number. But remember, David only had a sling. Moses only had a staff. Joshua only had a shout. Small things, when aligned with faith, move mountains. So let this be your moment. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Speak it. Write it. Declare it. 444 is your anchor in this season. Your sign of covenant stability, your prophetic act of standing firm. From here, storms may still come, but they will not break you. Winds may howl, but they will not move you. Shadows may press close, but they will not collapse you. For you are grounded, established, framed by the foundation of God's covenant. Chosen one. Your stability will outlast every shaking. Your declaration will outlive every lie. Your foundation will remain when all else crumbles. And the number you write today will echo as proof you chose to stand, and heaven stood with you. And understand this, chosen one, stability is not about standing still. It is about standing secure. A tree with deep roots does not refuse to grow. It grows higher, stronger, wider, precisely because its roots are anchored. In the same way, when you declare 444, you are not chaining yourself in one place. You are securing yourself so that growth, expansion, and fruitfulness can flourish without fear of collapse. Stability gives wings their strength, because only the grounded can truly rise. Think also of a bridge spanning a great river. Its beauty and usefulness are not in its arches or design alone, but in the strength of its pillars driven deep into the bedrock. Without foundation, the bridge collapses under weight. With foundation, it carries countless lives safely across. Your stability, sealed in prophetic declaration, is like that bridge. It is not only for you, it will carry others, family, friends, strangers yet to meet will walk across the strength of your faith. So when you choose stability, you are not just choosing survival, you are choosing to become a safe passage for many. Every flame, no matter how bright, grows stronger when it is shielded, honored, and protected. Chosen one. Your journey has taught you that the fire inside you is not just for you, It is meant to light paths, warm hearts, and remind others that hope is still alive. But a flame exposed to the wind can be snuffed out unless it is surrounded. That is why community matters, why connection matters, and why allowing your story to reach others is part of your calling. The Apostle writes in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 24 to 25, "And let us consider how we may spur one another on toward love and good deeds, not giving up meeting together, as some are in the habit of doing, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching." Chosen one, you were never meant to carry your flame in isolation. Even the brightest torch burns longer when it joins others in the night. Alone, your light may seem small compared to the darkness around you. Together, the combined fire becomes a bonfire seen from miles away. That is the power of agreement, the beauty of shared light. And here is where I speak to your heart with gentleness, not with demand. When you let this message echo beyond yourself, you are not simply clicking buttons, you are passing the torch. When you press like, it is as if you place a stone upon the altar, saying, "This flame touched me, and I honor it." And when you share, it is like releasing a lantern into the sky. It rises higher than you can follow, drifting into places and hearts you may never reach yourself. Yet someone, perhaps a stranger you will never meet, will look up, see its glow, and whisper, "That was for me." And when you subscribe, it is like planting a vineyard near living water. You are saying, "I choose to return, to grow here, to let my roots sink deep where nourishment flows steadily." In doing so, you give yourself the gift of consistency, a steady source of strength waiting for you whenever your soul feels dry. These are not duties. They are symbols. Symbols of choosing connection over isolation, light over silence, growth over stagnation. They are small acts in your hands, but great ripples in eternity. Think of a ripple across a lake. A single pebble tossed creates waves that reach far edges you cannot see. That is what your actions do. They may look small, a like, a share, a decision to stay rooted here, but they move farther than you imagine. They touch hearts at the edges of the lake, where silence has settled, where loneliness has grown heavy. And let me remind you, chosen one, your life itself is already a ripple. Every time you endure, every time you forgive, every time you keep walking when quitting seemed easier, you are sending out waves. Those waves inspire others silently. But when you combine your life's ripple with actions that amplify the message, the lake becomes alive with movement. Picture a candle carried into a cathedral filled with shadows. One flame may not seem like enough, but when that flame touches another wick, and then another, soon the room glows. What was once suffocating in darkness becomes radiant with light. That is what happens when you choose to connect, to respond, to engage. You multiply light. Your engagement does not build an empire, it builds a refuge. It builds a place where weary hearts can gather, where voices can rise together, where flames can join and grow stronger. And in a world desperate for authenticity, your sincere participation becomes a beacon of hope. So hear this, not as pressure, but as invitation. If this word stirred something inside you, honor it with a gesture. Place a stone, release a lantern, plant a vineyard. Choose whichever symbol your spirit resonates with. And in doing so, you do more than acknowledge a message. You align yourself with a movement of light. Chosen one. Your light is not fragile. It was given for this season, for this generation, for this moment. And while the world grows noisier, your flame grows steadier. Do not hide it. Do not let it flicker unseen. Let it join others. Let it spread. Let it multiply. For together, flames become fire. And together, fire becomes a signal in the night, guiding travelers home. And think of this. Chosen one, even the stars above shine brighter in constellations. A single star is beautiful, but when joined with others, it forms patterns that guide sailors, inspire puts, and mark seasons. In the same way, your light has meaning on its own, but when you allow it to connect with others, it becomes a constellation of hope, a map for those searching in the night. Every action you take to nurture this connection, whether it feels small or significant, is a way of saying, I will not let my flame go unnoticed, like a farmer who waters his field each day, trusting harvest will come. You are sowing into a future of abundance. You may not see all the fruit yet, but heaven sees every drop of effort poured out. Picture again the lantern rising into the night sky. At first, it seems fragile, tossed by the wind, but as it rises, it becomes steady, its glow visible to villages far away. That is your story. What feels fragile now will one day shine steady and undeniable, seen by many you never expected to reach. And the vineyard, do not forget this image. To plant by living water is to choose legacy over momentary comfort. A vineyard does not yield wine in a single day. It takes time, tending, patience, but when its fruit comes, it sustains generations. That is what your connection builds, not quick sparks, but enduring nourishment. So let this be your reflection. Every gesture, every flame, every ripple matters. Your part may feel small, but it is never insignificant. Together, it becomes a movement of light that darkness cannot silence. There are moments when the heart grows weary from carrying so much. You know this weariness well, the kind that does not only live in your body, but also in your soul. You smile while tired. You keep walking while heavy. You speak faith while inside. You wonder if your strength will last another day. And yet, chosen one, the truth is this: you have never walked alone. And you have never carried your burdens without help. The Word of God declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 41, verse 10, So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Chosen one, this is not theory, it is reality. Every time you thought you could not go further, but somehow did, it was His hand holding you. Every time despair whispered, "This is the end," yet you stood back up. It was His strength rising in you. Every time you walked through nights that seemed endless, it was His light guiding you, even if faintly. Think of a traveler climbing a mountain with a heavy pack. The air grows thin, the path grows steep, and his legs shake, just as he is about to collapse. Another hand grips his arm and lifts. The climb does not suddenly become easy, but it becomes possible. That hand is God's, steady and unyielding, and it has always been with you. But here is something deeper. God's help is not only about survival, it is about transformation. You are not simply being carried over the finish line, you are being strengthened along the way. Each step you take with Him makes you sturdier, braver, more resilient. The burdens that once crushed you now train you. The tears that once weakened you now water seeds of compassion. This is why you must not despise the weariness. It is proof that you have endured. It is evidence that you have carried more than most. And it is the soil where renewal begins. Just as fields rest after harvest so they can yield again, so does your soul rest in Him and rise stronger. Picture an eagle soaring high. Its wings do not flap endlessly. It catches the wind and lets it carry. That is your call. You were not meant to exhaust yourself by sheer effort, but to learn how to ride the currents of His Spirit, to wait, to trust, to lean not only on your own strength, but on His. And now, chosen one, it is time to declare this truth over yourself, not quietly, not timidly, but boldly, as a prophetic act. I invite you to speak with your hands as well as your heart. Comment the phrase, "I stand strong." Oh, these 3 words are not just motivation, they are covenant. They say, "Yes, I have been weary, but I refuse to bow to weakness. Yes, I have faced storms, but I refuse to collapse. Yes, I carry scars, but I carry strength as well. I stand strong." When you write these words, you are not ignoring your pain. You are proclaiming that pain will not define you. You are not denying your weariness. You are declaring that it cannot conquer you. You are telling heaven, "I choose resilience." You are telling darkness, "I am unshaken." You are telling yourself, "I am stronger than I know." Imagine a soldier battered from battle. His armor is dented, his body bruised, but he plants his feet, lifts his head, and grips his sword. He does not look like perfection, but he looks like endurance. That soldier is you, and the words, "I stand strong," are your battle cry. Chosen one, these words will echo. They will remind you tomorrow when doubts come. They will steady you when storms rise again. They will encourage others who see your declaration and realize they, too, can stand. So do not let them remain unspoken. Write them boldly, seal them deeply, and live them fully. Because the truth is, you do not merely survive, you endure. You rise. You stand strong. And understand this. Chosen one. Standing strong does not mean you never feel weak. It means that weakness does not decide your ending. Strength is not the absence of trembling. It is the choice to keep walking even when your knees shake. When you declare, "I stand strong," you are not claiming perfection. You are embracing persistence. Think of a tree in winter. Its branches are bare, its leaves gone, and to the eye, it looks fragile, even lifeless. Yet deep inside, its roots grip the soil, and its trunk remains firm. When spring comes, blossoms will appear again, not because the tree never faced winter, but because it endured it. That tree is you. Seasons stripped you. Storms spent you. But you still stand. This declaration also reshapes how you see your scars. For years you may have viewed them as weaknesses, reminders of moments you barely survived. But scars are not signs of defeat, they are proof of healing. They show where the wound once was, but also that it closed. It mended. It did not destroy you. When you say, "I stand strong," you are honoring your scars as badges of survival, not stains of shame. And strength is not only for yourself, it becomes a refuge for others. When someone broken sees you standing, they find courage to rise. When someone weary hears your words, they find energy to keep going. Your strength multiplies. Just as a pillar holds weight for those around it, so does your endurance hold space for others to lean on. So never underestimate the weight of your declaration. "I stand strong" is not only your truth, it is your testimony. It announces to the world that the fire did not consume you, the water did not drown you, and the shadows did not define you. You are still here, still breathing, still unshaken. There is a deep wisdom that only comes through waiting, not the passive kind of waiting where time simply drifts by, but the active kind, the waiting that presses you to trust when nothing makes sense, to hold on when answers do not come, to believe when every visible sign points the other way. Chosen one, you know this waiting well. It has been your companion, sometimes your teacher, sometimes your test. The prophet writes in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Waiting seasons are not empty. They are pregnant with promise. Just as a mother carries unseen life within her for months before the child is born, so have you carried visions, dreams, and promises in your spirit. Others may not have seen them. Even you may have wondered if they were real. But delay is not denial. The waiting was never wasted. Think of the farmer sowing seed into the soil. He waters, he tends, but for weeks there is nothing to see. To the untrained eye, it looks like failure, but beneath the ground, roots are forming. Life is stirring. Growth is preparing. At the appointed time, green shoots break through the soil. Undeniable and unstoppable. That is the nature of waiting. It hides what is happening, but it never halts what God has promised. Chosen one, your waiting taught you trust. You could not rush the clock. You could not force the outcome. You could not manipulate the timeline. You had to surrender. And in that surrender, you discovered the faith that rests not in circumstances, but in the character of God. You learned to say, "I don't know when, but I know who." That lesson is priceless. Waiting also purified your desires. What you once wanted for pride, you no longer crave. What you once sought out of fear, you have released. In the long stretch of silence, only what was true remained. And now, when the promise comes, your heart will be ready to hold it without it holding you. Consider Abraham, waiting decades for Isaac. Consider Hannah, waiting years for Samuel. Consider Simeon, waiting a lifetime to see the Messiah. Each of them endured long nights of longing, yet their waiting was not wasted. It prepared them for promises greater than they could imagine. Think of waiting as a forge. Metal sits in fire, enduring heat, enduring pressure, until the impurities rise and are removed. When it emerges, it is not only stronger, but ready to carry weight. it could never have handled before. That is what waiting has done in you. It forged capacity, deepened endurance, and enlarged your spirit for what is coming. And here is a truth to hold. God never forgets what He speaks. Promises delayed are not promises lost. Every word spoken over your life still breathes. Every seed planted in your spirit still carries life. Waiting does not kill the promise, it prepares the soil for it. Chosen one, you may feel tired from the years. You may look at the calendar and wonder if time has passed you by. But remember this, God is not bound by your clock. He is the author of time, and He makes all things beautiful in their appointed moment. If it has not come yet, it is because the story is still unfolding. Picture a sunrise. The night grows colder and darker just before dawn. But no matter how long the night lasts, morning is inevitable. Light is inevitable. The sun does not forget to rise. And God does not forget His word. The waiting may linger, but the dawn is certain. So let your heart be at peace. Waiting is not punishment, it is preparation. Waiting is not silence, it is shaping. Waiting is not wasted, it is weaving. Every delay has been building something inside you that could not be formed any other way. When the promise finally appears, you will not look back and resent the waiting. You will see how necessary it was. You will realize that without it, you would not have had the depth, the strength, the maturity to carry what is now yours. And you will whisper, "It was worth it." Chosen one. Hold. Steady. The appointed time is closer than you think. The vision is not false. The revelation is not forgotten. Though it linger, wait for it will surely come. It will not delay. And when it comes, you will notice something remarkable. It will not feel rushed or fragile. It will feel settled, steady, as though it had always been meant for this very moment. Promises that come in their appointed time carry a weight of permanence. Unlike gifts grasped too soon, you will also see that the waiting gave you eyes to recognize the promise. Without the years of preparation, you might have overlooked it or even mishandled it. But now, because of the fire you endured, you can discern the real from the counterfeit, the eternal from the temporary. Think of Joseph again. When his brothers bowed before him in Egypt, he did not gloat. The years of waiting had stripped away bitterness, leaving room for compassion. So too, when your moment arrives, you will not hold your promise with pride, but with humility and wisdom, and others will marvel at how you stand so steady in the fulfillment. They will not realize that your roots were grown deep in waiting. They will not see the nights of tears or the days of unanswered prayers, but they will sense the strength in your presence. Chosen one. Let your spirit rest in this. Waiting was never a detour. It was the very path. And soon, you will see the promise unfold, not late, not early, but right on time. There are moments in the journey of the chosen when the weight of the past threatens to overshadow the promise of the future. Memories rise like ghosts, failures replay. Words of rejection echo. Losses still sting. It can feel as though your yesterday holds more power than your tomorrow. But chosen one, hear this truth. Your past is not your prison. It is the soil from which your destiny now grows. The Apostle Paul reminds us in his letter to the Philippians, chapter 3, verse 13 to 14. But one thing I do, forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead, I press on toward the goal, to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus. Chosen one. This is the call to press forward, not to erase the past, for it shaped you, but to refuse to live chained to it. There is a holy forgetting, not the kind that denies reality, but the kind that breaks the hold of regret. To forget here means to release, to let go of yesterday's grip so that your hands can embrace tomorrow's promise. Think of a runner in a race. If he constantly looks backward, his steps stumble, his speed slows, his eyes cannot see the finish line ahead. But the runner who focuses forward, who leans into what lies before him, moves with clarity, speed, and endurance. That is your life now. Yesterday has already been run. The finish line lies ahead. Your past, though painful, carries hidden treasures. It taught you lessons no book could teach, gave you empathy no easy life could produce, and forged resilience no shortcuts could offer. Every scar you carry now glimmers as proof that you have survived. You are not defined by what broke you, you are defined by the fact you rose again. Picture a potter holding shattered clay. To the untrained eye, it looks ruined, but the potter grinds the fragments, mixes them with water, and reshapes the clay into something even stronger. The final vessel carries a story of breaking and remaking. That is what God has done with your past. He has not discarded it, He has redeemed it. And yet, moving forward is not always easy. There are chains unseen, voices internal, habits ingrained that try to pull you back. The enemy loves to whisper, "You will always be who you were. You cannot escape your mistakes." But lies lose power when truth is spoken. And the truth is this: you are a new creation, not defined by yesterday's shadows, but by today's light. Think of Israel leaving Egypt. Their bodies walked free, but their minds still longed for the familiarity of bondage. Freedom terrified them because it felt unfamiliar. Many of your struggles have been the same. You step forward, but fear tempts you back toward old patterns, old comfort zones, old cages. Yet freedom demands that you press forward even when it feels uncertain. Chosen one. The pressing forward is not about striving. It is about alignment. It is about lifting your chin, fixing your eyes, and saying, "I choose the goal, not the grave. I choose destiny, not delay." It is a daily choice. Sometimes a moment-by-moment choice. But with each step, the weight of the past grows lighter, and the pull of the future grows stronger. Your destiny does not erase your past, it redeems it. Every rejection equips you to welcome others. Every loss teaches you to treasure what truly matters. Every mistake sharpens your discernment for the road ahead. Nothing is wasted. Not even the broken chapters. They become part of your testimony, your authority, your crown. Picture a stained glass window. Each shard, once broken, sharp, and discarded, is now fitted together into a masterpiece. Light shines through the cracks, and the once fragmented becomes beautiful. That is your story. Your past is not rubble, it is stained glass, redeemed by the light of God's grace. And here is the mystery. Your forward press is not only about you. Others are watching. Silently, secretly, some who are trapped in their own pasts are waiting to see if you will rise. When you do, you prove to them that it is possible Your freedom becomes a key for their chains. Your endurance becomes a map for their journey. This is why pressing forward matters. It is not only your destiny at stake, it is the destiny of those connected to you. If you stop, they may never find their path. But when you rise, you carry them with you. So, let your focus sharpen. The goal ahead is not vague. It is the upward call, the eternal prize, the crown that does not fade. The applause of people fades. The treasures of earth vanish. But the call of heaven is eternal. And that is what you press toward now. Chosen one. Your past may explain you, but it cannot define you. Your scars may mark you, but they cannot limit you. Your failures may teach you, but they cannot imprison you. You are more than what you have been. You are who you are becoming. So run. Press forward. Strain toward what is ahead. The upward call awaits. And every step you take leaves yesterday further behind. And as you do, let hope rise. For the best is not behind you, it is before you. The greatest glory is not in your memories, it is in your destiny. The crown is not in your past, it is waiting at your finish line. Chosen one. The past is finished. The present is alive. And the future is calling. Step into it boldly, for it belongs to you. There are valleys in every chosen one's journey, long stretches of shadow where the mountaintops feel distant and the path forward feels endless. You have walked through such valleys, places where your prayers seem to echo without answer, where your strength seemed drained with no replenishment, where hope felt like a fragile candle flickering in the wind. Yet here you stand. The valley did not consume you. The shadows did not silence you. The darkness did not define you. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 4, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and your staff. They comfort me." Chosen one. Notice the promise. It does not say you will live in the valley, but that you will walk through it. Valleys are not permanent. They are passages. They are not destinations. They are pathways. What felt like endless night was, in truth, a corridor leading you toward greater light. Think of a traveler crossing a canyon. The cliffs rise high on either side. The sun barely reaches the ground, and the silence feels heavy. Yet with every step forward, the canyon narrows. The walls begin to part, and eventually the open horizon greets the traveler again. That is the rhythm of valleys. They end when perseverance carries you through. The valley seasons of your life were not punishments. They were classrooms. They taught you endurance when shortcuts tempted you. They trained you to hear God's whisper when louder voices fell silent. They stripped away illusions until only what was true remained. Valleys do not flatter, they refine. And you, through your valleys, have been refined like gold. Consider the shepherd guiding sheep. He does not avoid valleys. Sometimes he leads through them deliberately, because only there is water found. Only there do certain grasses grow. Only there is the flock shielded from scorching sun. What looks dangerous is often necessary. In the valley, the shepherd's presence becomes most visible, his rod and staff most essential. That is why your valleys, though painful, became the places where you learned to cling most tightly to God. And here is a mystery. The shadow that frightened you was only a shadow. A shadow cannot kill. It can only intimidate. Darkness tried to convince you it held power, but all along, it was only a shadow cast by something passing, and you walked through it. Think of a seed again. Before it grows upward, it must first grow downward, buried in darkness. Roots form where light cannot reach. Strength is built where no one sees. By the time the sprout emerges into sunlight, it is ready to withstand storms because of the depth it gained in darkness. That is your life. The valley formed roots in you that no storm can now shake. Chosen one. Valleys also sharpen vision. On mountaintops, the horizon looks vast, but in valleys, details become clearer. You notice the texture of rocks, the sound of streams, the scent of earth. In the same way, your valley seasons heightened your awareness. You began to see God's fingerprints in small mercies, to hear His whispers in the quiet, to treasure His nearness in ways you once overlooked. Do not despise your valleys. They gave you treasures you could not have gained elsewhere. Compassion for others who suffer, patience for those still walking their own shadows, depth of faith that is unshaken by shallow doubts. These treasures are not obvious to the world, but they make you rich in the kingdom. Picture a miner in a cave, digging by lantern light. The air is heavy. The walls are close. Yet within the earth are gems waiting to be discovered. Without descending into darkness, those gems remain hidden. Your valleys were the same. The very place you wanted to escape was where God placed jewels for you to gather. And now, as you emerge, you carry those jewels with you. Your wisdom, your resilience, your testimony. They are treasures mined in shadows. They now glimmer in your words, in your presence, in your very being. Chosen one. Valleys are not the end of the story. They are the middle chapters, the testing grounds, the refining fires. And though they felt endless, they birthed in you something eternal. Lift your head now and see. You are no longer trapped. The valley is behind you. The horizon is ahead. And the light you now walk in shines brighter, precisely because of the shadows you once endured. So walk forward without fear. For even if another valley comes, you now know the truth. You are never alone in it. His rod and His staff guide you still. His presence remains your constant, and shadows, no matter how deep, cannot overcome the light within you. Chosen one. Your valleys have become your testimony, and your testimony will lead countless others through their own shadows, showing them that valleys are never prisons. They are only passages. And when others see you walking in light now, they will not always know the valleys you endured. They may admire your strength without realizing it was forged in shadows. Yet that is the beauty you carry, silent proof that valleys end, that darkness passes, that shadows cannot destroy what God sustains. Your scars, though invisible to many, are written into your spirit. They remind you that God was faithful when everything else failed. And when storms rise again, those scars whisper back to you. You survived before. You will survive again. Think again of the miner emerging from the cave. His clothes may be dusty, his hands worn, but in his pocket are gems no one else could have found. That is you now walking forward with treasures gained in silence, hidden from those who never saw the depth of your struggle. So let the valleys remain part of your story, not as chains, but as chapters. They prove that nothing in your journey has been wasted. Even shadows served a purpose. And as you keep moving, you shine brighter. Not in spite of valleys, but because of them. There comes a moment when the journey of the chosen one circles back to its center, when all the fragments of the path, mountaintops and valleys, fire and silence, loss and restoration are seen not as random pieces, but as parts of a single design. Chosen one. You are standing in that moment now. The story that felt scattered, the experiences that seemed unrelated, the wounds that once confused you, they all converge into a pattern of divine purpose. The Apostle Paul writes in the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17 to 18, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen. Since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal." Chosen one. This truth carries you beyond survival into significance. Every trouble, though it felt heavy, was momentary compared to the weight of glory it produced. Every tear, though it burned, watered eternal seeds. Every delay, though it pained you, carved out eternal depth. Nothing was wasted, because all of it was shaping you for glory that cannot fade. Think of a mosaic laid on the floor of an ancient temple. Up close, the tiles look jagged, mismatched, chaotic. But step back, and an image emerges beautiful, deliberate, breathtaking. That is your life. Up close, the pain and scars seemed meaningless, but from heaven's perspective, they were part of a masterpiece, a story of resilience and redemption. This is why you endured what others could not. You were not chosen to crumble, you were chosen to carry, not to drown in shadows, but to shine through them, not to be crushed by weight, but to reveal glory through it. Your journey has been the proving ground, your scars, the testimony, your resilience, the crown. Chosen one. Pause and reflect on how far you have come. The nights when you thought you would not see dawn, you survived them. The storms that threatened to tear you apart, you walked through them. The voices that told you you were finished, you silenced them by standing. Every step brought you here, not by accident, but by divine design. And here is the mystery. The story is not ending here. What feels like conclusion is only transition. You are stepping from one book into another, from one assignment into the next. The foundation has been laid, the fire tested, the roots deepened. Now fruit will flourish. Now glory will multiply. Now your light will shine with a radiance that no shadow can contain. Picture a tree in full bloom. Seasons of winter stripped it bare. Storms bent its branches. Years of growth deepened its roots. Now it bursts with blossoms, fragrance filling the air. Fruit, feeding the hungry. That is you. The long seasons of preparation were not in vain. They were making room for abundance. And this abundance is not selfish. What overflows from your life is meant to nourish others. The peace you carry will calm storms in others. The wisdom you embody will guide wandering hearts. The strength you radiate will steady trembling souls. Your crown is not a trophy, it is a torch. And with it, you will light the way for countless others. Chosen one. Let hope rise higher than fear. Let gratitude outweigh regret. Let glory silence shame. You are living proof that nothing is too broken for redemption, nothing too lost for restoration, nothing too scarred for glory. Your very existence testifies that God's hand has never left you, not for a moment. And so, as you close this chapter, carry this truth deeply. You are not defined by the weight you bore, but by the glory it produced. You are not remembered for the valleys you crossed, but for the light you carried through them. You are not marked by defeat, but by resilience. The unseen realm has watched your journey. Heaven applauds not the perfection of your path, but the perseverance of your heart. Angels witnessed your prayers when no one else did. God Himself walked with you when silence felt crushing. And now, heaven crowns you not for what you avoided, but for what you endured and overcame. Chosen one. Your destiny stretches beyond what you can see. The story continues. The glory multiplies. The crown rests secure. Walk forward boldly, for eternity itself bears witness. You are chosen. You are crowned. You are unstoppable. And yet, chosen one. The crown you now carry is not heavy with pride. It is light with purpose. It does not press you down. It lifts you higher, reminding you that glory was never about applause, but about assignment. You are crowned, not for display, but for duty. Not for yourself, but for those still walking through shadows. Think of a torch handed to a runner in a relay. The flame does not end with him, it is passed forward, keeping light alive across generations. That is you now. The fire in your hands is meant to continue, to spark courage in those who come after you. Your journey has also marked you with empathy, because you know pain. You can sit with the broken, because you know silence. You can comfort the unheard, because you know valleys. You can guide the lost. Your crown carries not only glory, but compassion. And this compassion will open doors no crown of gold ever could. People are not drawn only to power, they are drawn to authenticity. And you, carrying scars without shame and strength without arrogance, will draw many into hope. Chosen one, lift your head and step boldly. Do not fear what lies ahead, for it has already been prepared. You are no longer stumbling, you are walking with certainty. No longer searching, you are moving in destiny. So let this be your anthem as you rise into what comes next. Nothing was wasted. Everything was redeemed. And the best is still before you. Chosen one. Before we close this sacred journey together, pause with me one last time. You have walked through fire in these words, crossed valleys, climbed mountains, endured silence, and tasted restoration. Each section has been a step, each truth a stone laid on the path beneath your feet. And now you stand here, not at an ending, but at a new beginning. For endings with God are always doorways, and every doorway opens into greater light. Think of the traveler who has reached the edge of a long road. His clothes are worn, his feet blistered, yet his eyes shine with the knowledge that he has arrived. He turns to look back, not with regret, but with gratitude. He sees the storms he survived, the rivers he crossed, the nights he thought would never end. And he whispers, "It was all worth it." That is you, right here, right now. But here is the mystery. The story does not stop with you. Light is never meant to remain contained. A torch burns brightest when lifted high. A flame glows strongest when shared. And this is where I speak gently to your heart. If these words have carried you, touched you, or awakened something within you, let your response become part of the flame. Press like as if you were adding oil to a lamp, keeping the fire alive so it can shine for others still searching in the night. Share as though you were opening a window in a crowded house, letting fresh air sweep into rooms where people are suffocating. Someone will breathe easier because you opened it. Subscribe as if you were planting a tree beside flowing water, choosing to stay rooted where nourishment is steady and life keeps flowing. Leave a comment as though laying down a stone of remembrance, marking your journey with words that last. It could be as simple as, I rise again, I choose light, or I stand strong. Think again of a field at dawn. One voice calls out, then another, until a chorus rises across the land. That is what happens when you add your voice here. A chorus of chosen ones, declaring together that the night is over. The light has come, and the journey continues. Chosen one, you have not walked through these 30 chapters in vain. They were not just words on a page. They were a mirror of your resilience, a reminder of your calling, a confirmation of your crown. And now, as you step forward, you do so not as one uncertain, but as one unstoppable. So let your flame shine. Let your crown rest steady. Let your declaration echo. And if these words stirred your spirit, then respond in the way that feels right. Like, share, comment, and subscribe. Not out of pressure, but out of joy. Not out of duty, but out of gratitude. Not because you must, but because it is beautiful when light multiplies. The story does not end here. Chosen one, it continues with you. Carry it forward. Walk it boldly. Shine it brightly. For you are chosen. You are crowned. And you are unstoppable.